Chapter 12-13. Very soon, Barbaturan arrived at Feishua City. As the three of them sat down, Dongbua Shuang naturally prepared the delicacies and wine for them. Go, of course we're going. Barbaturan's cold eyes contained the coldness unique to insects. However, at this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement. I've long wanted to go to Broken Teeth Mountain Range. It's just that I'm too weak. If I were to go with Brother Feishua and Brother Bewitching Sword, I would naturally be more than happy to go. Dongbua Shuang hurriedly said, Batuachen, Bewitching Sword and I both have avatars. Even if we die in Broken Teeth Mountain Range, it's just a small matter. What about you? Barbaturan's body suddenly dissipated, turning into countless insects. Following which, he condensed and sat there chuckling. In terms of strength, I'm slightly weaker than the two of you, Brother Feishua. However, in terms of survivability, even if my true body is destroyed, I can still come back to life. It's just that I'll need more time. In reality, I can no longer be considered an ordinary cultivator. Instead, I should be considered a final realm insect. Devouring Realm Great Emperor wasn't willing to fuse his body with the insect, turning into an insect, and being restricted by the insect. However, he still lost his life in the end. If he had become a final realm insect earlier, he wouldn't have died so easily. Final realm insect? Dongbua Shuang and Swordmaster nodded slightly when they heard this. Insect beasts were nurtured. Nurturing them wasn't as careful as cultivating. Nurturing them was usually even crazier. For example, letting billions of weak insect beasts kill and devour each other to determine the strongest one. This was considered a low-level selection method, letting the insect beasts eat all sorts of unique items. For example, the treasures found in Broken Teeth Mountain Range would be fed to the insect beasts. During the process of nurturing the insect beasts, although the Devouring Realm Great Emperor had comprehended the Tao of laws, this Tao was extremely harsh on the insect beasts. However, the insect beasts he researched were also extremely monstrous. Insect beasts were also at the final realm, but they could fly faster than ordinary cultivators. Their bodies were even more terrifying. Even a drop of blood could be highly toxic. The Devouring Realm Great Emperor had researched the fusion method of Ultimate Realm insect beasts. But every Ultimate Realm insect beast had extremely strict requirements for the soul of the fusion cultivator. Batuachen's successful fusion was indeed due to luck. All right. Dongbua Shuang nodded his head. It's good that Batuachen has the confidence to survive. We're all prepared to die this time. Yes. The Sword Master nodded. I'm afraid you two know very little about the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. I'll send you a piece of information. Information about the Broken Teeth Mountain Range was precious. Even though Dongbua Shuang had a relationship with Southern Cloud King and understood some intelligence, the Southern Cloud King was too weak. Naturally, his intelligence could not compare with that of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Batuachen even had the inheritance of the Devouring Realm Great Monarch. His understanding of the Broken Teeth Mountain Range was probably above Dongbua Shuang. It is indeed the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Their understanding of the Broken Teeth Mountain Range far surpasses that of Devouring Realm Great Emperor. Barbaturan checked through before revealing a joyous look. Many thanks, Brother Bewitching Sword. Since we're heading there together, it's merely a piece of information. But the two of you just don't spread it out. The Sword Master chuckled. His current status in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation was incredibly high, and this piece of information was not considered much. In reality, this was just 90% of the information that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had on the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The remaining 10% was not something that Sword Master could spread out. That was the core secret that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had explored. But this 90% of information had already surpassed several ancient nations like the Towering Sky Ancient Nation and Moonflower Ancient Nation. After all, Emperor Summer had many avatars and had explored deep into the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Oh, Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Dongbua Shuang felt his horizons broadening. The Broken Teeth Mountain Range occupied a huge area. It was roughly equivalent to 3 Summer Wind Ancient Nations. Even though it looked like a chain of mountains on the surface, in reality, The moment one entered the Broken Teeth mountain range, one would enter an incredibly vast and unique space. This unique space hid many unique worlds. And every world had several natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range. Other than these hidden worlds, in this vast unique space, the most conspicuous thing was the sky-floating islands. Every sky-floating island was connected to a chain of mountains. The sky-floating islands covered a huge area. Almost every sky-floating island was filled with dangers. The bigger the sky-floating island, the more dangerous it was. Natives, Death Destruction Clan, low-graded chaotic origin life forms. Dongbo Shuang pondered. Within the Broken Teeth mountain range, there were many hidden worlds with natives living in them. When these worlds were added together, they formed an incredibly powerful force. The natives. The natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range were incredibly powerful. And the Death Destruction Clan and low-graded chaotic origin life forms practically resided on the sky-floating islands. Of course, the environment of the sky-floating islands contained all sorts of dangers too. But there were opportunities amidst the dangers. According to rumors, the natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range have a thin strand of chaotic origin life form bloodline within them, Swordmaster said. Hence, it is relatively harder for them to reproduce. But every single one of them is incredibly powerful. Even their newborn babies are at the Void God level. The monarchs of every world are usually at the unparalleled level. Some of the monarchs of these worlds are exceptionally powerful. Some are even stronger than Undying Underworld Emperor. Fortunately, the Broken Teeth mountain range has a restriction left behind by Yuan. Those natives who are too powerful could not leave. Dongbo Ying and Barbaturan nodded. A unique tribe. They all had the bloodline of a chaotic origin life form? Extreme Knight Primogenitor and Realm Beast King had once entered some of the worlds in the Broken Teeth mountain range and devoured the natives. Hence, the natives of these worlds are filled with hostility towards us cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. At the very least, they are wary of us. Few are friendly, Swordmaster said. These two madmen. Dongbo Shuang also understood what Extreme Knight Primogenitor and Realm Beast King did from the intelligence provided by Swordmaster. Realm Beast King loved to devour. Extreme Knight Primogenitor was very interested in the chaotic origin bloodline of the natives. Hence he would also eat too much, forming a huge enmity. When other cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land entered, it would be troublesome. The Death Destruction Clan and low-graded chaotic origin life forms usually reside in the sky-floating islands. And the sky-floating islands are also the place where we have to search for treasures and opportunities, Swordmaster said. There are very few low-graded chaotic origin life forms, and it is rare for us to meet them. Instead, the Death Destruction Clan has a huge population. They are the two largest tribes in the Broken Teeth mountain range along with the natives. It was indeed a secret that there were low-graded chaotic origin life forms in the Broken Teeth mountain range. But from what was known, the reason why they were called low-graded chaotic origin life forms was because their strength was limited. Firstly, their control of energy was crude. Secondly, unparalleled existences could easily survive. It was only these lowest-graded chaotic origin life forms that Yuan was too lazy to care about. He simply allowed them to live in the Broken Teeth mountain range. Instead, it was the Death Destruction Clan and the natives. Due to their huge numbers, the apex existences were the truly terrifying ones. Unparalleled existences could fall. The natives are very similar to us cultivators. Previously, that Starlight World Master even came to help you, Swordmaster said. Even though they are guarded against us, we can still interact with them. The Death Destruction Clan has lower intelligence. In their opinion, any cultivator can only be eaten or not eaten. There is no way for them to negotiate with us. Because we are directly heading to the sky-floating islands, our opponents are mainly the Death Destruction Clan. Furthermore, we will definitely meet quite a few members of the Death Destruction Clan. MN. Dongbo Ying and Barbaturan slightly nodded. This time, I plan on heading to this sky-floating island. 2 batches of Cosmos gods from my Tsang clan have died there. Hence this time, I plan on exploring the island. Swordmaster said. I have prepared everything. I can set off any time. like those with avatars. Like Southern Cloud King and others, most were willing to venture into the Broken Teeth mountain range. At the most, they would just lose their avatars. And if they were lucky, they could reap a huge harvest. Haha, I have many avatars and can set off anytime. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. I am alone. Naturally, I can leave anytime. Barbaturan added. Alright, after drinking this wine, we will set off today. Swordmaster was filled with excitement. This was the first time he was going to explore the Broken Teeth mountain range, after reaching the final realm. Currently, he was considered unparalleled. With this strength, he was qualified to explore the Broken Teeth mountain range. Even though there were quite a few unparalleled existences dying in the Broken Teeth mountain range, the Broken Teeth mountain range was ultimately vast, and it was not easy to meet such terrifying dangers. Dongbo Shuang did not care about it. He had many avatars, and this was for the sake of tempering himself through life and death. It was for the sake of accelerating his breakthrough and stepping into the final realm. Chapter 12:14. So, a male carrying a god sword, a huge human-shaped insect wrapped in a black robe, and a white-robed young man appeared above the Broken Tooth mountain range. The mountain range is continuous and boundless. Dongbo Shuang and the other two looked downwards. They could feel the space beneath them distorting. Let's go down. The three of them flew down together. As they got closer, the space became more distorted. Who? Dongbo Shuang and Barbaturan revealed looks of curiosity. They felt as if they had entered another world, because the Supreme Law had undergone a transformation. The Supreme Law that originally enveloped the entire realm Heartgreat Land had become a different Supreme Law in the depths of the Broken Tooth mountain range. Unique. When Dongbo Shuang and the other two entered the inner space of the Broken Tooth mountain range, the mountain ranges they saw previously had turned into sky-floating islands. The space was vast and vast. Many sky-floating islands floated in the boundless space. In the Broken Tooth mountain range world, only the sky-floating islands are dangerous. Like this boundless space and the many hidden worlds, there are no dangers in itself. Swordmaster chuckled. The sky-floating island in front of us is codenamed Ying 3975. He knew the accurate reference point. Swordmaster, Dongbo Shuang, and Barbaturan immediately teleported forward. Even though they were careful, they teleported over a dozen times before reaching their destination. Ying 529. Swordmaster and the other two stood in the void looking at an enormous sky-floating island ahead. We have arrived. The sky-floating island had a diameter of more than 150 billion kilometers. It was considered one of the smaller sky-floating islands in the Broken Tooth mountain range world. The two of you have never been to a sky-floating island before. Let me remind you again that the dangers in the Broken Tooth mountain range lie within these sky-floating islands. Swordmaster solemnly said. In a while, we will proceed according to what we discussed previously. Amen. Dongbo Shuang and Barbaturan did not dare to be careless. The three exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. So. They then flew towards the sky-floating island. On the floating island, there was a continuous mountain range. If one were to look at it from the outside, this mountain range would seem to be connected to the other mountain ranges. Yet when he entered the Broken Tooth mountain range world, it was such a peculiar scene. What a strange aura. As they flew closer, Dongbo Shuang's expression changed slightly. The entire floating island was emitting an extremely cold and gloomy aura, which made him uncomfortable. Dongbo Shuang's connection with his clone in the outside world was affected. I can't use the Great Destruction World teleportation anymore? Great World-Breaching Teleportation Technique. It was a heaven-defying movement technique. In the Broken Teeth mountain range, according to the intelligence, there were hidden worlds and vast voids where the natives lived. All of them could be reached through the Great World-Breaching Transfer Technique. Even if he did not rely on the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, he could simply teleport to the boundary and return to the realm Heartgreat Land. However, there was a mysterious repulsive power within the floating sky island that prevented him from using the Great World-Breaching teleportation technique. With a thought, Dongbo Shuang expanded his void domain, yet it was obstructed by this cold and gloomy energy. By relying on the void fire lotus flower, he could barely expand it to a region spanning 500,000 kilometers. He could no longer expand it any further. That cold and gloomy energy was vast and boundless. Furthermore, the suppression from this cold and gloomy energy had formed ripples visible to the naked eyes. How is it? Swordmaster and Barbaturan both looked at Dongbo Shuang. I'm indeed suffering from a huge obstruction. My domain can only extend to 500,000 kilometers at most. Dongbo Shuang transmitted. At the same time, with a thought, he unleashed the illusory realm world. The illusory realm world was a world created using soul energy. Dongbo Shuang revealed a look of astonishment. The obstruction from the illusory realm world was clearly much weaker. But due to the existence of the cold and gloomy energy, the illusory realm world could only cover a region spanning 6 million kilometers at most. Dongbo Shuang did not use his full strength to unleash other techniques, such as desire and bewilderment. After all, it was just for the sake of scouting his surroundings. It was fine for him to expand the illusory realm world. He could explore. The sky-floating island suppresses many law techniques. Swordmaster transmitted. We can't teleport here. But the Death Destruction clan doesn't suffer from any suppression on the sky-floating island. They can easily teleport. Hence, we are at a disadvantage. The suppression on my illusory realm world is slightly weaker. I can maintain it at a region spanning 6 million kilometers. Dongbo Shuang transmitted back. Oh, Swordmaster and Barbaturan revealed a look of joy. A region spanning 6 million kilometers was considered huge. I'll go scout the surroundings, Barbaturan said. He waved his hand, causing dozens of insects to fly out in all directions. Barbaturan sent his insects to scout the surroundings. Dongbo Shuang naturally avoided Barbaturan and Swordmaster with his illusory realm world. As for Swordmaster, he was the strongest among the three of them. After all, not just Dongbo Shuang or Swordmaster, they brought secret treasures with them. They were merely top-graded secret treasures. Even if they were unlucky and died in battle, they could afford to lose them. They had to bring their secret treasures with them, because the stronger they were, the greater their chances of obtaining rare treasures and opportunities. I found the way. Barbaturan led the way. After all, cosmos gods from the Tsang clan had come before. There was a lump of white fog floating in the distance. The expressions of Dongbo Shuang, Barbaturan, and Swordmaster changed slightly. According to the intelligence of the cosmos god, who came from the Tsang clan who lost an avatar, the spherical white fog on this sky-floating island had a frightening corrosive power. Cosmos gods who came into contact with it would instantly die. Even secret treasures would turn into powder upon coming into contact with it. One could see that the body of final realm cosmos gods would most likely turn into powder upon coming into contact with it. This was absolutely one of the most frightening dangers on this sky-floating island. Naturally, as long as they avoided it, they would be fine. They continued moving forward. Because they could only fly slowly, it took them a long time to cross a distance of 5 billion kilometers. Along the way, they discovered quite a few environmental dangers. Dongbo Shuang felt that these environmental dangers might not be deliberately created by Yuan. After all, the effects of the trial were limited. It might be that Yuan teleported them over from other places. Amen. Dongbo Shuang suddenly turned over. What happened? Barbaturan and Swordmaster were both startled. Death Disaster Clan. Dongbo Shuang muttered. His illusory realm discovered a Death Disaster clansman with pitch-black skin that looked like a mutated beast. That Death Disaster clansman should have been observing them from afar. The moment he entered the region of Dongbo Shuang's illusory realm, he immediately retreated in alarm. The Death Disaster clansman is starting to appear. Swordmaster transmitted. Since we discovered the first one, I believe it won't be long before the first ambush occurs. Saying that, Swordmaster had already pulled out the god sword on his back. Wielding the god sword, Swordmaster's gaze was calm. He was on guard. An insect ancestor narrowed his eyes too. Even though he sent out some insects to investigate, He did not discover a single Death Disaster clansman at all. The three of them continued moving forward. Dongbo Shui-ing would occasionally discover some Death Disaster clansmen appearing. These Death Disaster clansmen were easy to identify since their bodies were emitting a sinister aura of death. Dongbo Shui-ing discovered almost all of them had pitch-black skin. I feel that they are observing their prey. They are observing us too. Dongbo Shui-ing transmitted. I've already discovered 6 different Death Disaster clansmen. 5 of them have the appearance of mutated beasts, and 1 of them is in human form. He is even wearing a robe. Amen. Barbaturan suddenly turned to a direction with shock. What happened? Swordmaster and Dongbo Shui-ing were both puzzled. Who? A furious roar sounded from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. Looking around, his eyes were burning with a unique flame. With a glance, he saw Dongbo Shui-ing and the other 2 hiding in the forest. So, that figure rapidly arced across more than 50 million kilometers before arriving above Dongbo Shui-ing and the others. This was a red-haired male filled with killing intent. He looked down at Dongbo Shui-ing and the other 2 with a strand of vigilance in his eyes. He growled, "Cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land? Natives?" Dongbo Shui-ing and Swordmaster naturally recognized him. Big Brother Feishua, Brother Bewitching Sword, there is a camp not too far away. There are 16 natives there. Barbaturan transmitted over. They are extremely careful. The subordinates I sent were discovered by them the moment they discovered them. They should be natives who came to the sky-floating island to temper themselves. Dongbo Shui-ing guessed. Swordmaster instead laughed. You all came to the sky-floating island to temper yourself? We're also here to adventure. Chapter 12:15. The red-haired male had a powerful aura. Standing in midair, he looked down at Dongbo Shui-ing and the other 2. Of the 3, Barbaturan, who was in the form of a human-shaped big insect, had a strange aura. The final realm insect's aura was wicked and tyrannical, and it wasn't easy to offend him. Swordmaster was an expert who had reached the final realm of destruction. Naturally, he had a sharp aura too, and Dongbo Shui-ing did not disguise himself. Instead, his aura was the weakest. Your Highness, judging from their aura, 2 of the 3 seemed to be at the final realm. The red-haired male transmitted back. How should we deal with them? 2 seem to be at the final realm? Are there any unparalleled existences from Realm Heart Great Land? At that moment, many transmissions were transmitted over. The most famous unparalleled existences in Realm Heart Great Land aren't among them. The red-haired male transmitted back. Our intelligence is from a very long time ago. Who knows if there might be some final realm cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land who have obtained a supreme graded secret treasure. In my opinion, we should befriend these 3 cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land and let them become our helpers. We should still be careful. Some cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land are wicked. That Realm Beast King and Extreme Night Primogenitor are rumored to have devoured countless sentient beings. We have already fallen to this stage. If this continues, our Blood Flame clan will most likely be wiped out. This time, we must get the sexual relation fruit, so that Your Highness can become stronger. As long as Your Highness becomes stronger, only then can we snatch back our world, and only then can our Blood Flame clan continue existing. The sexual relation fruit is miraculous to us, but it isn't useful to the cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. They won't risk their lives to compete with us for it. Alright, befriend them, and let them become our helpers. Ying, you should go and interact with them. Yes, Your Highness. Very soon he made his decision, saying it was slow, but in reality, the transmission happened very quickly. A figure arced through the sky and flew over. This was a beautiful girl with silver hair. She wore a silver armor with red patterns on it. They are cultivators from the Realm Heart Great Land. They aren't our enemies. There's no need for Big Brother to be nervous. The silver-haired woman spoke a few words to the red-haired man before descending near Dongbo Shui-ing's group of 3. The silver-haired woman smiled and said, My name is Ying. This time, our team entered this floating island to search for treasures. Furthermore, the sky-floating island is filled with danger. The Death Destruction clan is even crazier. If we work together to deal against the Death Destruction clan, we will be able to walk further in the sky-floating island. We will also have a greater chance of acquiring treasures. What do the three of you think? Dongbua Shuiying, Sword Master, and Barbaturan looked at each other and quickly conversed. Within the Broken Teeth Mountain range, even though the Death Destruction clan and the natives were huge, the natives were very similar to the cultivators outside. They had high intelligence too. Even though they were guarded against the outside world, they could still work together. The greatest difference between the natives and those in the outside world was that the natives had a strand of chaotic origin life-form bloodline in their bodies. Very well, in terms of understanding of the floating islands, you are definitely above us. It is a good thing that we can work together. Sword Master took the initiative to say, "My clan's majesty, and the others are not too far away. Please." The silver-haired woman smiled as she led the way. Very soon, both parties met. Even though Dongbua Shuiying and the others were prepared to temper themselves, the Broken Teeth Mountain range did not lack danger. It was also a good thing that they could work together with the natives. In reality, some natives were not willing to work together with the cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. Both parties met and conversed briefly. Dongbua Shuiying and the others also knew that the leader of this team was a leader called Blood Flame Ji. The others addressed this Blood Flame Ji as His Majesty. The Death Destruction clan has their own territory. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji was a tall and handsome young man wearing a green robe. He introduced with a smile. If we intrude into their territory, we will definitely be ambushed by them. Of course, if we are strong enough, they will fear us. We will continue heading towards the core region of the sky-floating island. If you feel any danger, you can leave anytime. Since we came here, we won't be afraid of danger. At most, we will just lose a fleshy body, Barbaturan said with a low and hoarse voice. Good. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji immediately cheered. The other members of his team looked at Dongbua Shuiying and the other two. They seemed to have become much friendlier. This is truly delightful. The few of us admire the cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land the most for having avatars, allowing us to charge forward no matter how terrifying the danger is. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji sighed. In our Realm Heart Great Land, there are very few who have avatars. Dongbua Shuiying said. It is still better than us. We want to cultivate avatars, yet we have no way to do so. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji had a complex expression. If he had avatars, he would not have fallen to this stage. Sword Master said. Can we set off now? Let's go. Shall we lead the way? His Royal Highness Shui Yinji said. Sure. Sword Master, Barbaturan, and Dongbua Shuiying did not object to it. Both parties proceeded forward together. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji and his team of 16 walked at the front. They were also leading the way. Dongbua Shuiying and the other two walked behind. Both parties were on high alert. They were mainly wary of the Death Disaster clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. The illusory realm, maintained by Dongbua Shuiying, naturally avoided the 16 natives to prevent any conflicts. During these 2 hours, Dongbua Shuiying discovered more Death Disaster clansmen spying on them. The three of you must be careful. We have previously fought with the Death Disaster clan, and they know we are not to be trifled with. You are new here. Hence, the new ambush might be directed against you. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji turned around and said to Dongbua Shuiying and the other two, Many thanks, Your Highness. We will be careful. Sword Master smiled in reply. Just as he finished speaking, 6 black figures suddenly appeared from the ground. They directly surrounded Dongbua Shuiying, Barbaturan, and Sword Master. They came too suddenly. When the illusory realm sensed them, the Death Disaster clan had already arrived. Scram! All of a sudden, Insect Ancestor Batuachan roared out. His mouth had strangely enlarged, and a furious roar that brought along a strange ripple spread out, causing the 6 black shadows to tremble slightly from the impact of the ripple. Furthermore, the black robe on Barbaturan's body abruptly dispersed. It turned into many insects that surrounded and attacked the 6 black figures. Every black figure suffered from the attacks of many insects. Every black figure had the appearance of a black-skinned mutated beast. They brought along a dark aura of death. Final realm insect beasts had strange and unpredictable techniques. Ever since he transacted with Undying Underworld Emperor, Barbaturan had become much stronger. Hua hua hua, the 6 black figures knew that things were amiss. They actually turned into black fog and dissipated in the void. A robe can turn into so many insects. Just by relying on these insects, he could force the 6 Death Disaster clansmen to retreat? The 16 natives were startled when they saw that. The technique of Barbaturan was different from what they knew of cultivators. This made them no longer dare to underestimate the slightly ugly Barbaturan. They were not to be trifled with. That time when Undying Underworld Emperor attacked Batuachan, he used his robe to defend against it. Dongbo Shuang thought, that robe is undamaged too. Is it a secret treasure? Or is it formed from insects? After all, he was the first cultivator in the history of Realm Heart Great Land who fused with a final realm insect beast. Even Dongbo Shuang and Sword Master did not understand much about Batuachan. Haha, insect ancestor is extraordinary. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji chuckled. But this is merely a contact. In order to understand your strength, the Death Disaster clan has only sent some weaker subordinates. The truly powerful ones have yet to act. Following that, the team continued moving forward. Traversing through the sky-floating island, the natives understood the dangers of the natural environment better than Dongbo Shuang and the others. Hence, they easily avoided the dangers along the way. Ha ha ha. An ugly face formed from a lump of black fog appeared above. It looked down at the team and let out an ear-piercing laughter. That laughter directly impacted the soul. That laughter was filled with malice and killing intent. It's here. Dongbo Shuang, Barbaturan, and Sword Master could feel an immense threat coming from that black fog face. Hua 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 hua. At that moment, dozens of black figures appeared from the surface. More than 80% of them were from the 16 natives team. Only 5 remained. 3 humanoid Death Disaster clansmen and 2 beast-like Death Disaster clansmen attacked Dongbo Shuang, and the other 2. Chapter 12:16. That enormous black foggy face immediately pounced towards His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, who had a good temper. Hong! His Royal Highness Shui Yinji's body was suddenly covered in red flames. His aura abruptly surged. He punched out with his fist, causing the void ahead to burn and distort. The black foggy face turned into a black-robed young girl. That black-robed young girl forcibly resisted against the impact of the flames and killed her way over to His Royal Highness Shui Yinji. She directly sent a claw over. The hands of this black-robed young girl were pitch black and huge. They were as sharp as blades. There were also more than 20 Death Disaster clansmen surrounding and attacking the other natives. These natives naturally formed a combat formation of 3 and immediately faced the enemies. Dongbo Shuang was the most relaxed among those present. He was not in a rush to act. Instead, he was leisurely watching the entire battlefield. This native Royal Highness is close to unparalleled existences in terms of power. But his techniques are much cruder, and he is far from being comparable to cultivators. Dongbo Shuang judged. His strength was strong, but he lacked too much in the laws and profound mysteries. He should be around 20 to 30% of Eternal Night Primogenitor strength. The other 15 subordinates were not weak, especially when the 3 of them worked together to form a combat formation. The weakest combat formation had the strength of a final realm expert, and the strongest was close to the standard of that Royal Highness. No wonder they dared to come to the sky-floating island. This team is quite strong, but Sword Master should be able to suppress them all by himself. Dongbo Shuang thought. Over at his side, 5 Death Disaster clansmen charged over. Insect ancestor Batuachan's black robe flew out, once again transforming into insects that engulfed those Death Disaster clansmen. It's just that this time it did not work. The leading Death Disaster clansman was an ugly black-robed old man. His body warped into an enormous black head. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the insects in one gulp. The insect struggled again. After the giant head closed its mouth, it kept twisting its head, trapping those insects. Amen. A murderous light flashed in the eyes of Barbaturan. He flapped his wings and charged over. So. The other 4 figures charged toward the Sword Master and Dongbua Shuang. Humph. Sword Master softly shook his head. He could discern that the strongest among this batch of Death Disaster clansmen was the one who fought with Blood Flame Ji. Although the 5 beasts surrounding them were quite powerful, they were nothing in front of the Sword Master. Chi. The sword light was beautiful and resplendent. It was as if many light rays were arcing through the air, arcing through many Death Disaster clansmen. The Sword Master's sword light was very gentle. It seemed he wanted to rely on this to understand the strength of every member of the Death Destruction clan. Nevertheless, the bodies of these Death Disaster clansmen were still cut by the sword lights. Some turned into fog and escaped into the ground. Some were weaker and did not manage to escape in time. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 Death Destruction clansmen died, and the other 2 fled. Seeing this, the giant head that was trapping countless insects was also shocked. It couldn't hold on any longer, and immediately dissipated, turning into a black fog that burrowed into the ground and escaped. No, die. As Dongbua Shuang and the others were having an easy time dealing with the Death Destruction clansmen, the natives were the ones suffering the main attacks from the Death Destruction clansmen. Under the joint attack of more than 20 Death Destruction clansmen, 2 combat formations of the natives had already collapsed. These 2 combat formations had a total of 6 members. Some were heavily injured and killed, though there were also some who erupted in madness. Break! One of the natives had suddenly expanded his aura amidst his madness. His techniques had also greatly improved, reaching the final realm. His survival capabilities had also greatly improved. Xiao! Sword Master frowned when he saw that. Those 2 combat formations had collapsed too quickly, and he did not have the time to save them. He immediately waved out the god's sword in his hand. The sword light arced through the sky, attacking those Death Destruction clansmen. Sword Master's attacks seemed weaker than His Royal Highness Shui Yinji. Nevertheless, his techniques were incredibly profound, and the effects were more terrifying. Cultivators had a huge advantage in terms of profound techniques, much less that Sword Master had cultivated a supreme-graded secret importation. Retreat! That black-robed young girl who was fighting with His Royal Highness Shui Yinji immediately let out a sharp howl when she saw that. Hoo, all the Death Destruction clansmen turned into black fog and tunneled underground. In terms of escaping ability, the outsiders could not compare to the Death Destruction clansmen living within the sky-floating islands. The Death Destruction clansmen could easily teleport and burrow underground here. And Dongbua Shuang and the others could not teleport or burrow underground, unless they were powerful enough to kill the Death Destruction clansmen within a short period. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to kill a single Death Destruction clansman. The Death Destruction clansmen have retreated. They have left. The natives heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that the atmosphere was slightly sorrowful, because they had lost 4 of their companions in just a short moment. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword, many thanks for your help. Otherwise, our losses would be even greater. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji walked over with gratitude. At the same time, his gaze toward Sword Master was different. His subordinates were also looking at Sword Master with a strand of respect. Clearly, they were much friendlier towards Dongbua Shuang and the others. Previously, they thought that there might be unparalleled existences amongst the 2, who seemed to be at the final realm. That was merely a guess. But after the previous battle, Blood Flame Ji and the others understood that this Paragon Master Bewitching Sword had surpassed the strongest His Royal Highness Shui Yinji of their surviving Blood Flame World clan. He should most likely be at the unparalleled level. They naturally had to befriend a helper of this level. This way, they would have a greater chance of acquiring the Yin Spirit Fruit. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was at the unparalleled level. That insect ancestor wasn't someone to be trifled with either. As for that white-robed young man, Great Paragon Feishue, they knew that the great paragons in Realm Heart Great Land were merely second-level cosmos gods, and should be the weakest among the 3. Since we are moving together, we are comrades. Naturally, we have to save each other. It's just that I am slightly late. Swordmaster said. They are not strong enough, yet they are willing to take the risk? Barbaturan frowned. With their strength, they shouldn't be of much help to His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, right? Why are you sending them to their deaths? This isn't sending them to their deaths. This is training. Even though 4 of us died, Fei Lin has once again awakened his bloodline, greatly increasing his strength. Those natives retorted. When Dongbui Shui Ying and the other 2 heard that, they could not help but feel puzzled. It wasn't that they knew nothing about the natives. Given the long years that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation explored, they had a deep understanding of the natives. The natives were scattered across many hidden worlds. Each world represented a clan. Because they could awaken their bloodlines and increase their strength, it was rumored that they had the bloodline of a chaotic origin life form. Of the methods to awaken one's bloodline, one had to temper oneself amidst life and death situations. Under a true life and death situation, the chances of awakening one's bloodline would be greater, but many would still fall before death. Hence, those who entered the sky-floating islands risked their lives were usually very few. It was fine if an entire team of cultivators entered the sky-floating islands if they were strong. They had a higher chance of surviving. But those who were weaker could barely reach the final realm strength, even when 3 of them worked together in a combat formation. It was too dangerous for them to enter the sky-floating islands. The cultivators in the realm Heart Great Land had avatars. It was fine if they were not afraid of losing their avatars. But there was no need for the natives to do so. We are here to temper ourselves. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji simply said. Since we chose to temper ourselves, we are naturally prepared to die. This time, with Paragon Master Bewitching Sword around, we will be much safer. But I have to remind you all, the strength of Paragon Master Bewitching Sword will make the Death Destruction clan feel fear. The weaker Death Destruction clan members would not dare to come again. But this sky-floating island has many groups of Death Destruction clan members. The stronger they are, the more central they would be. Even though their intelligence is ordinary, they can still communicate with each other. They know our strength. Then the next time they come, it will be more dangerous. Even with Paragon Master Bewitching Sword's strength, he might not be able to protect us. Blood Flame Ji said. What we can do now is to hurry over before they start another ambush. All right, Your Majesty, since you all understand the sky-floating island better, you should hurry over. Swordmaster said. Let's not delay any further. Let's set off now. We have to travel faster. Blood Flame Ji brought everyone along at high speed this time. He knew the strength of Dongbui Shui Ying's side, and was not worried that they could not catch up. Dongbui Shui Ying and the other 2 remained behind. Have you heard what that His Majesty said? This time, the Bewitching Sword has revealed its strength. The next time the Death Destruction clan appears, even the Bewitching Sword might not be able to resist against them. Barbaturan transmitted. We have never thought of sweeping across the entire Death Destruction clan. What we want to do is to survive the pursuit of the Death Destruction clan. It would be even better if we could get some treasures too. Dongbui Shuang transmitted with a smile. Snow Eagle, you are our trump card. Perhaps I might not be able to resist against them in a while, and we might have to rely on your killing move. Sword Master transmitted. We will know how effective this killing move is in a while. Dongbui Shuang transmitted back. Big Brother Fei Xue, I see that this team of natives seems to treat you as the weakest amongst the 3 of us. But they do not know that I am the weakest. Barbaturan transmitted with a smile. They were all feeling relaxed. Chapter 12:17. Dongbui Shui Ying and the other natives were moving at an extremely fast speed towards the core of this sky-floating island. With the natives leading the way, their journey was smooth. And at another location, Hua Hua Hua, a group of black fog condensed into many death disaster clansmen. Some were beast-like, and some were humanoid. The leader was that black-robed young girl. King, these invaders are very powerful. We can't stop them just by ourselves. They were all looking at the black-robed young girl. The black-robed young girl's pair of black claws were casually moving. Her eyes were filled with coldness as she nonchalantly said, The invaders have far surpassed the capabilities of our branch. You should all retreat. Remember, avoid them and don't send yourselves to death. We have suffered huge losses this time. I'll report this matter upwards and leave it to the elders to deal with. Yes, King. All the subordinates lowered their heads respectfully. The black-robed young girl then turned into black fog and disappeared with a flash. These subordinates also turned into black fog and tunneled underground. The sky-floating island was their birthplace. Over here, they completely held the initiative. They could fight and retreat whenever they wanted. At the core of the sky-floating island, there was a huge mountain that had been dug out. Within the mountain, there were several simple palaces. It was not bad for the Death Disaster clan to construct these palaces. Some of the weaker Death Disaster clansmen were not much different from wild beasts in terms of intelligence. Only the elite experts were slightly more intelligent, and the higher-ups at the core had the highest intelligence too. But compared to the cultivators and the natives, they were too lacking. An unseen ripple formed. A lump of black fog appeared before the ripple. It condensed into a black-robed young girl. The black-robed young girl stood there coldly. A pitch-black mutated beast face appeared amidst the ripple. It stared at the black-robed young girl outside. King Fusua, why did you come to the clan's ground? That ugly mutated beast face asked. I have an important matter to report to the emperor. Hurry up and relay the message. The black-robed young girl coldly shouted. She disdained talking to this protector. Report to the emperor? That mutated beast face exclaimed. King Fusua, you really have something to report to the emperor? Do you think I dare to lie about such a matter? The black-robed young girl shouted. Don't waste time. The face of the mutated beast hesitated slightly. Even though this group of Death Destruction clansmen, living in the clan's ground, looked down on outsiders, they did not dare to offend the Death Destruction clan. However, he actually dared to report such important information to the emperor. Even if he lied to others, no one would dare to lie to the emperor. Hua! The invisible ripples immediately opened up a path. Please wait in the Elder's Hall. A huge beast with a fiery red head and a black body growled from the side. Humph! The black-robed girl couldn't even be bothered to look at the guard. She quickly rushed towards the Elder Hall. The mountain occupied a vast area and was the most important core of the entire floating island. The black-clothed girl didn't wander around and went straight to the Elder's Hall. Elder Hall. It was a dark hall with 3 thrones at the top. At the center of the hall, there was a huge pond. The liquid in the pond was pitch black, but there was a strange crooked fruit tree growing there. There were 2 fruits growing on the tree. The skin of the fruits was very thin, and one could see countless rays of light circulating within the fruits. The tree was about 30 meters tall, and there was a strange gray eye at the top of the tree. The gray eye was emitting an unseen pressure. The entire hall was silent. King Fusua, please wait a moment. The 2 guards outside the Elder's Hall stared coldly at King Fusua. King Fusua snorted coldly. She stood within the Elder's Hall and waited. Given her temper, if not for the intruder being so powerful that she had to report it upwards, she would be too lazy to come to the clan's ground. The strength of the intruder had reached a stage where the clan's ground would have to be on guard. If she did not report this information upwards, she would be in big trouble once it was discovered. King Fusua, what exactly is the matter that you want to report to the emperor? Don't you know that the emperor and the elders are currently in deep sleep? A tall, skinny man walked in. He had a long, thin tail that dragged on the ground. The tall, skinny man snickered. You should know how angry the emperor and the elders are after waking up from their slumber. If it's not something important enough, I'm afraid they might even punish you. King Chi-Du, I discovered an intruder in my territory. King Fusua coldly said. The intruder is a team of natives and 3 cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land. The leader of the team of natives isn't any weaker than me, and one of the 3 cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land is even stronger than me. He is at least a peak king. Oh! The tall and thin male revealed a look of astonishment. There are even intruders from the realm Heart Great Land? At least a peak king? Cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land were rare. Even though cosmos gods from the realm Heart Great Land had avatars and would frequently enter the Broken Teeth mountain range to try their luck, the Broken Teeth mountain range was ultimately too big. This sky-floating island rarely met any cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land in history. At least a peak king had only happened once in the past. More often than not, they encountered the aboriginals. Now that you know the strength of the intruder is extraordinary, hurry up and report it upwards. The black-robed young girl said. No rush, no rush. Regardless if it is awakening the elders or the emperor, they are extraordinary. I still have to discuss with the other kings. The tall and thin male said. Discuss? The black-robed young girl was slightly anxious. By the time you finished discussing, the intruder would have arrived. The tall and thin male merely sneered. A non-clansground king was not qualified to question the actions of the clansground. The clansground was the ruler of the entire sky-floating island. Humph. The black-robed young girl snorted coldly when she saw that. I've already reported the news. If any trouble were to happen, the emperor wouldn't blame me for it. Rest assured. The tall and thin male said. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the other kings in the clansground. After some trivial discussions, after the time taken to brew a cup of tea, after discussing, there is a peak king among the intruders. It is possible that he is at the so-called unparalleled level in the realm Heart Great Land. We just need to awaken second elder and third elder. We will temporarily not awaken the grand elder and emperor. The tall and thin male said. The enemy might still be hiding his strength. The black-robed young girl said. Haha, don't we still have the other kings? Humph. We are all born from the death of chaotic origin life forms. And those remnant clans with chaotic origin bloodlines have the bloodline of chaotic origin life forms hidden in their bodies too. The tall and thin male sneered. Compared to the two great clans, the cultivators are much weaker. Furthermore, we are on the sky-floating island. It is sufficient for us to deal with them. The cultivators have truly cultivated step by step from being weak. Their usage of energy is too mystical. I feel that we should at least awaken the grand elder. The two elders are both peak kings. If the group of kings in our clan's ground can't stop them, it isn't too late to awaken the grand elder. The tall and thin male chuckled. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and awaken the two elders. At the same time when the tall and thin male walked out of the elder hall, a figure rushed over. Quick, there is an intruder. The intruder has already passed through the outer perimeter. He is extremely fast and will soon reach the clan's ground. A single-horned male wrapped in a black robe roared out. He was none other than one of the kings stationed at the outermost perimeter of the clan's ground. There is a cultivator from realm Heart Great Land, who is incredibly powerful. He is at the peak of king rank, and is on the same level as an elder. What? So fast? The tall and thin male was startled. The black-robed young girl in the elder hall shouted out when she heard that. King Chi-Du, I've already asked you to hurry up. Look, he is about to kill his way to the clan's ground. The tall and thin male King Chi-Du no longer spoke. He immediately turned into a black fog and went to meet the elder. In the depths of the mountain, there was an enormous pond here. This pond was filled with a dark green liquid. An enormous pitch-black body was lying within this dark green liquid. Because the body was too big, some parts of it were exposed above the surface of the liquid. And around this pond, there were 3 other smaller ponds. Each of the 3 smaller ponds had a body lying within. Second elder, third elder. The tall and thin male King Chi-Du arrived. He immediately transmitted over. Strands of ripples tunneled into the 2 bodies, lying within the 2 smaller ponds. Very soon, those 2 smaller ponds trembled. 2 bodies gradually opened their eyes. Hoo-hoo. The 2 bodies turned into black fog and disappeared. Following that, they appeared by the side of the tall and thin male King Chi-Du. King Chi-Du, why did you wake us up? These 2 elders looked at King Chi-Du. King Chi-Du slightly bowed. There are invaders. They are a team of natives and 3 cultivators from realm Heart Great Land. One of the 3 cultivators from realm Heart Great Land is an expert who uses the sword. He is judged to be at the peak of the king realm. The realms of cultivators are incredibly high. We might be able to protect ourselves, but we might not be able to stop them. And on the other side, Wuxia Ying and the other 2 cultivators, and the team of natives had just defeated a team of Death Disaster clansmen who ambushed them. This team of Death Disaster clansmen should not be too clear of their strength. Given the strength of Sword Master, he could easily kill 5 Death Disaster clansmen, causing the bodies of 12 Death Disaster clansmen to dissipate. The remaining Death Disaster clansmen immediately fled. Our speed is fast enough. There should be plenty of information regarding us that the Death Disaster clan does not know. Soon, we will reach the core clan's ground of the Death Disaster clan. The team of natives were all excited and looking forward to it. That His Royal Highness Shui Yinji had even transmitted to Dongbua Shui Ying and the other 2 cultivators. We will kill our way to the clan's ground at the fastest speed. When you see the treasures you want, hurry up and take them. After that we will leave immediately. Understood. Dongbua Shui Ying and the others were also looking forward to it. They were about to reach the core clan's ground. Today was even faster. Chapter 12:18. In the cold and shabby elder hall, the 2 elders sat on top. At the same time, many figures flew in from outside and entered the hall. Some of them were in human form, while others were in beast form. As for the black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, she stood at the side and watched everything coldly. Everyone's here. The 3rd elder, who looked like a humanoid black-scaled monster, looked down with his gray eyes. Elder. The 11 figures bowed their heads respectfully. Even the black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, bowed her head slightly to show her respect. The 2nd elder and the 3rd elder looked at each other. 3rd elder continued. This time, other than the natives, there are also cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land. King Chidu, stay in the clan grounds and wait for my and 2nd elder's orders. The other 10 kings, as well as King Fu Sua, will move together with us. King Fu Sua, you don't have any objections, right? The black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, smiled and bowed. It's my pleasure to serve the clan. Yes. The 3rd elder nodded. King Fu Sua was ranked at the top among all the kings. Back then, she had failed in the fight for the position of elder. She was not willing to be dispatched, so she led a group of subordinates and left the clan grounds. After all, King Fu Sua was a very strong battle power. The 2 elders still had to mobilize her. Of the invaders, there are a total of 3 cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. Those who use swords are unparalleled existences. The 2nd elder and I will deal with them together. As for the remaining 2 cultivators, one should be at the final realm, and the other should be at the level 2 Cosmos God realm. Queen Fu Sua, you deal with 2 of them. All the other kings work together to destroy the natives as quickly as possible. Go and help King Fu Sua. Yes. Including King Fu Sua, the 11 kings all obeyed. Let's not waste any more time. Kill the enemies outside the clan's territory. Let's go. 3rd elder and 2nd elder stood up at the same time. All the kings immediately moved to the sides. So. The 2 elders instantly flew out of the hall, and the other 11 kings immediately followed. All of them turned into black mist filled with the aura of death, and disappeared from the clan grounds. They directly went to attack. Only King Chi-Du was left to guard the clan grounds. The Death Destruction clan could easily move and teleport within the sky-floating islands. Hence, they were not worried about the safety of their clan's ground, because they could return at any time. So, Dongbua Shui Ying and the others were heading towards the clan's territory at an extremely fast speed. Traveling through the dangerous floating island, His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, who was in the team of natives, informed them of some of the dangerous places through voice transmission. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. 13 figures appeared out of thin air. Be it Insect Ancestors' warning technique, Dongbua Shui Ying's illusory world scouting, or the vigilance of the natives, all of them were only discovered when the enemies appeared. Every single one of these 13 figures gave off a terrifying aura. Dongbua Shui Ying, Insect Ancestor, and the others could feel an intense threat coming from them. There were 2 figures in the lead. One was a humanoid-scaled monster, while the other was a hunchbacked old man surrounded by green mist. Both of their auras were majestic, and they were even more tyrannical than the Eternal Night Primogenitor to Dongbua Shui Ying. There were 11 figures behind them, some in human form, some in beast form, and all of them had powerful auras. The black-clothed girl, who had attacked them before, was just one of them. Be careful. They are the second elder and third elder of the clan's ground, and 11 kings. His Royal Highness Shui Yingji's expression changed greatly. He immediately transmitted over. Second elder and third elder? Dongbua Shuiying, insect ancestor, and sword master felt their hearts tightening. Because the team of natives was sincere in cooperating with them. They had long told them that the most terrifying existences in this sky-floating island were the emperor and the 3 elders under him. The grand elder was the strongest, followed by the second elder and third elder. The remaining ones were the kings. Brother Bewitching Sword, Big Brother Feishue. Other than that emperor and grand elder, the apex experts of the Death Disaster clan on this sky-floating island have practically come out in full force. Insect ancestor transmitted over. Our movements are considered fast. We are currently rushing towards the clan's ground together with the natives. We aren't delayed by the dangerous environment at all, but we are still intercepted. We have yet to obtain any treasures after arriving at the sky-floating island. The treasures within the Broken Teeth mountain range aren't that easy to obtain. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted over. Let's fight according to the plan. Sword Master transmitted over. They had never felt that they could defeat the Death Disaster clan head-on. The moment the Death Disaster clan went all out, it was impossible to stop them. They could only try their best to survive and see if they could obtain any treasures. The treasures were usually located at the core region of the sky-floating island. Fortunately, Dongbua Shuiying was inwardly rejoicing. The gap of a single level would usually be so huge that it was ridiculous. Like Dongbua Shuiying himself, even though every avatar was at the final realm, 9 avatars working together with the Void Fire Lotus Flower, there was still a gap between them and unparalleled existences. If that emperor were to descend, he would be much more terrifying than the 2 elders and 11 kings in front of him. Blood Flame Ji suddenly waved his hand. The 3 companions by his side were immediately kept. At the same time, another 4 companions appeared. The newly appeared clansmen were clearly much stronger. The 2 elders have already killed their way over. If they could not stop us, the Grand Elder would most likely appear. This time, we are using all the strength of the Blood Flame clan. We can only succeed. His Royal Highness Shui Yingji transmitted over. We are the only remaining experts of the Blood Flame clan. If we get the Yin Spirit Fruit, we might be able to take back our hometown. Otherwise, our clan will end up like the other worlds in the Broken Teeth mountain range, in the past, annihilated. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must get the Yin Spirit Fruit. Let's do it. The eyes of these clansmen were burning with a fanatical fighting spirit. Dongbua Shuiying, insect ancestor, and Sword Master were slightly startled. His Royal Highness Shui Yingji kept the 3 weaker companions and released 4 stronger ones? Clearly, His Royal Highness Shui Yingji had brought along an Eden treasure with him. There should be quite a number of clansmen within the Eden treasure. From the aura of these clansmen, they were all powerful. Practically all of them had the strength of a final realm expert. This made them sigh with emotion. The native forces of the Broken Teeth world were indeed strong enough. There were so many high lords at once, but they didn't know that these were all the remaining top powerhouses of one of the worlds that had fled. Saying it was slow. In reality, the moment the Death Disaster clan appeared, the natives immediately switched out their members. The battle immediately erupted. Hope Second Elder's figure turned illusory. He turned into an incomparably huge green fog giant. This giant was towering, and his toenails were bigger than the surrounding trees. He lowered his head and let out a roar, causing an unseen ripple to envelop Sword Master. As for Third Elder, he roared as he charged over. His entire body was covered in black scales. His tail and claws were all terrifying weapons. He waved his hand. His arm was like a blade that tore through the void. A black ray of light cut towards Sword Master. Oomph! Sword Master stood in midair. He wielded his sword and waved it out. The entire world started revolving along with his sword. Third Elder and Second Elder seemed to be fiercer, yet they were uncontrollably affected by it. They had no choice. Their realms were too low. Even though they were powerful, they were still too crude in front of Sword Master, who had a supreme-graded secret importation. Sword Master comprehended a supreme-graded secret importation, and his techniques were very comprehensive. This was also one of the reasons why supreme-graded secret importation techniques were so precious. Like supreme-graded secret treasures and final realm experts, they could only rely on the mystical techniques contained within the supreme-graded secret treasures to unleash their techniques. If they did not contain any techniques, they would not be able to unleash their techniques. But supreme-graded secret importation imparted Tao that was much more comprehensive. They could even comprehend other things by analogy and assimilate them into their own bodies, allowing them to specialize in more techniques. Dai, the black-robed girl, King Fu Sua, was incredibly tyrannical. A single claw sent insect ancestor flying, causing his body to scatter apart. Big brother Feishue, this enemy is too strong. I can't fight against him. Insect ancestor transmitted. Leave it to me. After coming to the sky-floating island, this was the first time Dongbo Shuang fought. So. An enormous void flame lotus flower appeared. A total of 9 white-robed young men appeared on top of the lotus flower. This startled the black-robed girl King Fu Sua. She then sneered. So what if there are so many of you? Die for me. Her claw abruptly turned huge. It was shrouded in endless black aura as it slapped over. Break. The 9 white-robed young men punched out at the same time. Countless fist shadows appeared and converged into an enormous fist. That fist was imbued with surging chaotic origin energy. Following that with a boom, that fist clashed against that enormous claw. The expression of the black-robed girl changed. She could not help but be forced back a little. That bizarre energy tunneled into her body. The weakest of the 3 cultivators? The black-robed girl King Fu Sua was filled with disbelief. This is the weakest? He is the second strongest amongst the invaders this time. He is even harder to deal with than that leader of the natives. Chapter 12:19. As the various parties fought on the battlefield, they were also paying attention to the overall situation. The black-robed girl King Fu Sua could fight against His Royal Highness Shui Yingji head-on. She had left the clan's ground after failing to become an elder. Her combat strength was unquestionable. This cultivator, who was deemed as a level 2 cosmos god, and the weakest threat, could actually fight against King Fu Sua? This startled all parties. Let us fight as we advance towards the clan's ground. His Royal Highness Shui Yingji felt great joy when he saw that. At the same time, he transmitted to all parties. Alright, let's advance towards the core ground. Swordmaster was relatively relaxed. Even though he could not defeat the 2 elders, he could rely on his sword to tie down these 2 frighteningly powerful elders, preventing them from dealing against the others. His strength. The black-robed girl King Fu Sua furiously attacked. Every single move of hers was filled with a deathly aura. They were powerful, yet Dongbo Shuang felt relaxed against them, because the other party was just powerful, and the profound mysteries contained in her techniques were much simpler. He could even gain the upper hand. Chaotic Origin Ocean. Dongbo Shuang was still casting his Chaotic Origin Ocean at the same time. Hong Long Long. At that moment, the surrounding domain came pressing down, coupled with the world energy from the Void Fire Lotus Flower. That was the strongest technique Dongbo Shuang could unleash. It was fine if those 2 elders were sufficiently powerful, but the other kings from the Death Disaster clan felt themselves being suppressed by layers of restrictions. Every single movement of theirs was affected, causing their strength to plummet. Even though the Chaotic Origin Ocean did not cover a huge area on the sky-floating island, it was sufficient to envelop the entire battlefield. It was easy for these Death Disaster clansmen to escape from the domain, but they came here to kill these invaders. Escape? How could they stop the invaders? He is weak. At this moment, including the 2 elders, every single king was cursing inwardly. This white-robed young cultivator made them feel uncomfortable. Like the natives, His Royal Highness Shui Yingji, his techniques were more direct. But this white-robed young man's techniques were much more unpredictable. He could still tie down the black-robed girl King Fu Sua while maintaining his domain. We can't stop these natives anymore. This domain is preventing us from unleashing our full strength. The 10 kings surrounding the natives were all anxious. This time, the natives were even stronger than what was described in the intelligence report. His Royal Highness Shui Yingji was mainly used to confuse the enemy and train his clansmen. Currently, the entire Death Disaster clan had come out. His Royal Highness Shui Yingji would naturally summon the other 4 strongest experts hidden within the clan. With these 4 experts as the core, they formed 4 great combat formations. The combat power of the 4 major battle formations and His Royal Highness Shui Yingji were much stronger than what was reported. Even so, the natives were still at a disadvantage. They could only preserve their lives and try their best to advance towards their clan's land. But now, with the appearance of the chaotic origin ocean, both parties were equally matched. The speed of the natives greatly increased. Awaken the Great Elder. The towering Second Elder sent a telepathic message. Wake up the Great Elder. Wake up the Great Elder. Because this place was very close to the clan's land, after 2 transmissions, it reached the ears of that King Chi-Du who was guarding the clan's land. King Chi-Du did not dare to hesitate. He immediately went to wake up the Great Elder. There were 3 smaller ponds surrounding the enormous pond. Within one of the smaller ponds, the Great Elder was currently sleeping. Great Elder, King Chi-Du immediately called out. His voice was continuously transmitted into the body of the Great Elder. The Great Elder gradually opened his eyes. Following that, his body dissipated like fog before condensing before King Chi-Du. The Great Elder stared at King Chi-Du. His eyes were cold. Great Elder. King Chi-Du hurriedly explained the intelligence report. The situation of the enemy is like this. Second Elder and Third Elder have led 11 kings including King Fu Sua to intercept them. But now that they asked me to wake you, Great Elder, I'm afraid some unforeseen events might have occurred. I wonder if I should wake the Emperor? No need. If the enemy is too strong, they wouldn't have instructed you to wake me. Before the final moment, you must not wake the Emperor. Otherwise, the Emperor would be infuriated. Humph. Yes, I understand. King Chi-Du hurriedly replied. The Great Elder glanced at King Chi-Du coldly, after which, he dissipated like fog and vanished. Only then did King Chi-Du heave a sigh of relief. Great Elder. If Second Elder and Third Elder were still at the king rank, they were only at the peak of the king rank. But the Great Elder had already broken through the king rank and reached an even higher level. The strength of the Great Elder was most likely even more terrifying than the 10 kings added together. The natives and the 10 kings were evenly matched. As they fought, they rushed towards the clan's land. They were already near the clan's land. Soon, we will be there soon. The natives were all incomparably excited. This time, they were fighting with their lives on the line. If they failed, the chances of them making a comeback would be extremely low. The entire Blood Flame clan would most likely be wiped out. Fortunately, when they were training their clansmen, they actually met a team of cultivators. The strength of this team of cultivators was sufficiently strong. South Sword Master, Dongbua Shuang, an insect ancestor had an even easier time. Sword Master was too powerful. His techniques were incredibly profound. With a single sword, he could defend against the 2 Great Elders. Furthermore, he would occasionally send 1 or 2 sword strikes towards that King Fu Sua. This made King Fu Sua feel sullen. After all, it was already hard to deal with the white-robed young man who rode on the Scarlet Fire Lotus. Now, she had to face the sneak attack of an even stronger unparalleled existence who used a sword. Humph. Suddenly a cold snort sounded. The temperature of the world plummeted. A layer of frost covered the ground. Dongbua Shuang and the others felt their hearts trembling. A cold deathly aura had already invaded their bodies. A figure appeared in midair. It was a black-robed old man who stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was disheveled. He stared coldly at the group of cultivators. Abruptly, he opened his mouth and spurted out black clouds. The world underwent a huge transformation. They directly fell into a world of darkness. Dongbua Shui Ying's chaotic origin ocean had begun shattering under the endless darkness. Split. Since the start of the battle, This was the first time Swordmaster went all out. A dazzling sword light tore out a crack in this world of darkness. Following that, the world of darkness finally dissipated. At the moment when the darkness dissipated, many black fog ropes appeared behind the darkness. They were madly wrapping around Swordmaster. I'll hold him back. Swordmaster could feel the pressure. He had a feeling of facing Emperor Summer, or undying Underworld Emperor. Fortunately, even though this Grand Elder's techniques were terrifying, they were too crude. Hence, Swordmaster could still barely hold him back. If it were Emperor Summer, or undying Underworld Emperor, they would be strong enough, and would have the upper hand in terms of profoundness. By then, Swordmaster could not even hold him back. Facing against the Grand Elder, Swordmaster could only hold him back. Grand Elder is so strong. Insect Ancestor was greatly startled. Humph. Second Elder, Third Elder, and the other 11 kings were in great joy. At the same time, they were filled with confidence. Let's give up on these two cultivators. Let's work together to kill the natives first before dealing with them. Second Elder and Third Elder ordered. Yes. Second Elder, Third Elder, and the black-robed girl, King Fusua, charged at the group of natives at the same time. They were working together with the other 10 kings. Dongbua Ying and Insect Ancestor were both feeling anxious. Insect Ancestor had no other choice. He was formidable in survival, and had some strange techniques. But his combat strength was still weak. As for the group of natives, they were holding back a total of 10 kings. The moment they died, all the other kings would work together to deal with them. Dongbua Shuang knew he could not survive against them. Snow Eagle protect them. Swordmaster was doing his best to hold back that Grand Elder. At the same time, he was transmitting anxiously. Big Brother Feishua, we can only rely on your trump card. Insect Ancestor transmitted back too. Alright. There was no other way. The eyes of Dongbua Shuang, who was standing on the void fire lotus, flashed with a cold light. Hong! A terrifying shockwave instantly enveloped the surroundings. The 2 elders and 11 kings, who were attacking the natives, trembled. Among them, 8 kings directly fell from midair and lost consciousness. The remaining 2 elders, and the 3 kings all had looks of pain and terror on their faces. They forced themselves to remain clear-headed. Whooshing, whooshing, whooshing. That bit of clear-headedness allowed them to use teleportation to flee. In an instant, only that Grand Elder was left. The Grand Elder, who was initially filled with an imposing aura and tyrannical strength, revealed a look of anger. But his strength was rapidly decreasing, falling to only half of his peak strength. As for Swordmaster and Insect Ancestor, they looked at Dongbua Shuang in disbelief. The effect of his trump card was that good? It was simply a move that could sweep through all 4 directions. Chapter 12:20. Just a single move had wiped out almost all members of the Death Disaster clan. They either died or fled. The sole remaining Grand Elder was greatly weakened. His advantage against Swordmaster was no longer as great. Grand Elder resisted against the incoming attacks, while looking at Dongbua Shuang furiously. If one said that Swordmaster and Insect Ancestor were still mentally prepared, then the remaining apex experts from the Blood Flame clan were truly wild with joy. He actually swept them all. It's that monarch Feishua. He seems to be the weakest amongst the 3 cultivators, yet he is this strong. They were incredibly excited. This time, they were betting on the fate of the entire Blood Flame clan. If they succeeded, it was still possible for the Blood Flame clan to rise and take back their homeland. If they failed, it would be over for them. The Blood Flame clan would most likely disappear, just like the other natives in history. Just now, the Second Elder and the Third Elder wanted to join forces with a group of kings to attack them, which made them want to make a final stand in despair. Who would have thought that things would turn around? There was light at the end of the tunnel. Hurry, hurry. Hurry to the clan's ground and get the Een Spirit Fruit before the Emperor of the Death Disaster clan awakens. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji transmitted excitedly. Hurry. Clan's ground. These natives were all mad. Under the lead of His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, they rushed towards the clan's ground. They were fighting for time. The moment the emperor of the Death Disaster clan appeared, he would be much more terrifying than the Grand Elder. Snow Eagle, why is this trump card of yours so formidable? Even if Ancestor Fan were to use it, the effect might not be this strong. As Sword Master defended against the Grand Elder, he continued moving towards the clan's ground. At the same time he transmitted over. Being able to divert his attention to converse during battle showed that Sword Master was much more relaxed now. Big Brother Feishua, this is too powerful. Even though the intelligence said that the Death Disaster clan is slightly weaker in terms of soul and willpower, this is too exaggerated. But aren't you being too ridiculous? Insect Ancestor found it hard to believe. I gave it my all just now. Dongbo Shuang sent a voice transmission with a smile. The 8 kings, who had lost their consciousness and had their souls destroyed, had all turned into mist and dissipated. Only their weapons and other items were left behind, such as the sinister blood-red claws and the ordinary-looking wooden stick. Dongbo Shuang casually kept these items. The Death Destruction clan was a clan with low intelligence. 99% of the tribe were like wild beasts, and they only had the judgment of edible or inedible when they looked at outsiders. Only the top experts of the tribe had decent intelligence, but they still killed all outsiders. It was difficult for them to work together. For the natives, they could still work together and even trade or barter. But the Death Destruction clan? Even within the Death Destruction clan, 99% of them were like wild beasts that devoured each other. Their residences were also very simple and crude, and their weapons were also very crude. However, their weapons were usually made of extraordinary materials. They were either born on their own, or were special materials on the floating island. Even though the intelligence of the Death Destruction clan is low, according to legends, they are a clan born from the corpses of powerful chaotic origin life forms. They are unique life forms, and even if their intelligence and heart realm are low, their soul would still have a strong resistance towards the external world. Dongbo Shuang understood this point. According to the intelligence gathered by the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land, after exploring the Broken Teeth mountain range, even though the souls of the Death Destruction clan were unique, their intelligence and heart realm were too low. In terms of resisting against soul techniques, they could not compare to the cultivators who climbed up step by step from being weak. Even the natives who had a stronger resistance against soul techniques might be slightly better than the Death Destruction clan, but they could not compare to the cultivators. Cultivators were the strongest in terms of heart realm. Soul techniques are usually very effective, but there are so few who have reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm in soul techniques across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Dongbo Shuang sighed inwardly. The majority do not even have avatars. They do not dare to gamble with their lives. And soul-related secret treasures that have reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm are extremely rare. To control it, one has to reach the level 1 Cosmos God realm in the Tao of Soul. Furthermore, the moment one loses his avatar, the secret treasure would be lost too. Dongbo Shuang said. Even though everyone in Realm Heart Great Land knew that soul techniques were effective against the Death Destruction clan, it was hard to use it on a large scale. Techniques at the level 2 Cosmos God realm were usually effective against kings from the Death Destruction clan. Against emperors it could be neglected. No matter what, this was a large-scale group technique, and also the killing trump card of Dongbo Shuang and the others in this operation. They would rely on Dongbo Shuang to deal with the strongest expert and Sword Master. What realm has Snow Eagle reached in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm? Sword Master could not help but think. He only knew. Dongbo Shuang relied on his Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm scripture to trade with the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, obtaining the Void Fire Lotus Flower, 50,000 kilograms of chaotic origin sand, and other materials. But he did not know that currently, Dongbo Shuang had fused 4 branches in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm. He was currently fusing the 5th branch. Furthermore, as he saved the people enslaved by Sacred Master, he gained a deeper understanding of the direction of the Tao of Soul. In the Tao of Soul, much less in Realm Heart Great Land, even across the many origin worlds, Dongbo Shuang stood at the apex. He was unquestionably the #1 expert in the Tao of Soul in Realm Heart Great Land. Secret treasures like the Devil Emperor gown merely fused 2 branches. Yet Dongbo Shuang had begun fusing all 5 branches. When he unleashed his full power, the effect was naturally the most heaven-defying in the history of Realm Heart Great Land. Don't be happy too early, Dongbo Shuang transmitted. The moment I use this killing trump card, it will definitely shock the Death Destruction clan. They will most likely awaken their emperor. Even this great elder was able to maintain 50% of his strength under my soul technique. As for that emperor, my influence on him is likely even lower. Hence we have to hurry. Right. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I really do not wish to meet that emperor. Sword Master was dealing with the Grand Elder as he rushed towards the clan's ground. Dongbo Shui Ying and Insect Ancestor were even faster. Emperors. Every sky-floating island had an emperor. They were the most terrifying existences in the entire sky-floating island, and they monopolized the best resources within the Death Destruction clan. Usually, they would cultivate in deep sleep. According to the intelligence provided by Sword Master to Dongbo Shui Ying and the others, the Death Destruction clan would usually cultivate in deep sleep. Devouring was a form of cultivation. Absorbing resources while sleeping was also a form of cultivation. In the sky-floating island, one should never think of defeating an emperor head-on. If they had the strength of Undying Underworld Emperor or Emperor Summer, they might be able to wrestle with the other party. But Dongbo Shui Ying and the others only wanted to bring the treasures out of the sky-floating island. Damn, there is actually such a powerful cultivator. Emperor, awaken the emperor. Hurry up and awaken the emperor. In the clan's ground, 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, and the 3 extremely powerful kings who teleported back included King Fusua. The black-robed girl King Fusua was considered the weakest amongst them. Only with their strength could they barely maintain a strand of consciousness under the soul technique of Dongbo Shui Ying. They had merely executed their fleeing techniques. They were all shocked, furious, and panicking. Awaken the emperor. Only the emperor could deal with the enemy. Awaken the emperor? King Chi-Du, who was in the Elder Hall, looked at 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, and the others with astonishment. Hurry! 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, and the others even took the initiative to rush towards where the emperor was sleeping. What happened? As King Chi-Du followed behind 2nd Elder and the others, he asked the other 3 kings at the same time. Dead kings, we are the only ones who survived. The other kings are all dead. A 4-hoofed silver-gray mutated beast let out a deep voice. What? The other kings are all dead? King Chi-Du was startled. His strength could only be considered ordinary amongst the group of kings. If he went, he would most likely die. King Chi-Du felt a lingering fear and astonishment. What exactly happened? How could this be? Even if that unparalleled expert who used a sword could not be defeated by the kings, it should be possible for them to survive, right? King Chi-Du anxiously asked. They had long known how formidable Sword Master was, and the kings should be prepared against him. Furthermore, even the Grand Elder had gone out to deal with him. It's that level 2 Cosmos God cultivator, who is said to be the weakest cultivator. He is the most terrifying one. Terrifying. The moment the surviving kings thought of the descent of the mirage and illusory realm, all sorts of temptations and desires that dragged their souls into that mirage and illusory realm, they felt terror. They merely maintained a strand of consciousness. If they stayed for a longer period of time, they might not be able to resist and fall. Even if they maintained a strand of consciousness, the strength they could unleash was pitifully weak. Hong! 2nd Elder and 3rd Elder brought the other 4 kings over to that enormous pool. The pool was filled with a deep green liquid. There was an enormous pitch-black body lying within the pool. Because it was too big, the surface of its body was exposed to the surface of the pool. It was in deep sleep, yet it did not fluctuate at all. It was as if it was a dead object. Cultivators and natives couldn't sense anything special about this sleeping emperor. But being from the Death Destruction clan, the elders and kings could sense how terrifying the energy hidden within the body of the emperor lying there was. If they could eat the emperor, they might even transform. It's just that with their strength, they could not bite through the skin of the emperor. Emperor, Second elder and third elder respectfully lowered their heads. They called out to their emperor. Chapter 12:21. And on the other side, the team of natives and Dongbua Shuang had already rushed into the clan's ground one after another. Even though there were unseen ripples obstructing them, it was very weak. Cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land. Grand Elder was incomparably furious. He had never encountered such an unbearable illusory realm impact. Those bewildering desires were constantly pulling at his soul. He had already broken through that step and reached the Emperor realm, but he still had to divert a lot of his heart force to resist against it. Hence, the power of his techniques was greatly reduced. His techniques were crude to begin with. Once their power was greatly reduced, the suppression on Sword Master became much weaker. Sword Master was able to easily escape. After breaking through the ripples, the tallest mountain in the clan's ground was right ahead. Dongbua Shuang looked at the distant mountain with a thought. So. Many white-robed young men began flying in different directions. He had a total of more than 10,000 avatars. This time, he came to the Broken Teeth mountain range with 9 avatars. The other avatars were much weaker. They barely had the strength of ordinary cosmos gods, but it was sufficient for him to search for treasures. Dongbua Shuang casually released several hundred avatars. Wang, insect ancestor, was even guffawing. His black robe transformed into many insects that flew in all directions. He too went searching for treasures. Damn! Grand Elder was furious. It had always been their Death Destruction clan devouring experts from other clans. Since when did others rush into the clan's ground to snatch treasures? It's a pity. The most elite Death Destruction clansmen in the clan's ground had all retreated, because they knew that facing the terrifying soul technique of that cultivator from Realm Heart Great Land, even kings could not resist against it. Those who were weaker would simply be sending themselves to death. Broken Teeth Mountain Range was created by Yuan. It was also a training ground left behind by Yuan for the cultivators. There were dangers and treasures here, but there were too many sky-floating islands. A single sky-floating island would ultimately have limited treasures. Furthermore, some were treated as treasures by the higher-ups of the Death Destruction clan, and were hidden away. Only those whom the Death Destruction clan disliked or disdained would be thrown outside. The Death Destruction clan was ultimately a different life form from cultivators. Some treasures that were extremely precious to cultivators were useless to the Death Disaster clan. Instead, it was the natives and the Death Destruction clan who valued treasures more or less the same. Dongbua Shuang's clones flew in different directions to investigate the situation. What's that? One of the doppelgangers discovered that there was a stream of water flowing down from the high mountains of the clan grounds. Below the water flow, there were many strange stones. These stones were all pitch black and had a luster to them. If one looked closely, they would see that there were layers upon layers of patterns on the surface of the black stones. The patterns looked like scales, and they were very beautiful. Mysterious scale stone? Dongbua Shuang recognized it immediately and flew over. With a wave of his hand, this clone controlled the void and grabbed the Xianling rocks. Mysterious scale stone was extremely precious and indestructible. Even unmatched existences couldn't directly destroy it. It could only be used when refining weapons with many supplementary materials. It was a precious material for refining secret treasures. So many Xianling stones? 625? Dongbua Shuang was overjoyed. The value of so many Xianling stones was so high that it could match a top-graded secret treasure. This is indeed the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. This single discovery is comparable to a top-graded secret treasure. Dongbua Shuang was incredibly happy. But in reality, how many cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land could kill their way into the core clan's ground of the sky-floating islands? Even if they did enter the clan's ground, how many could have so many avatars like him? Before entering, Dongbua Shuang, Sword Master, and Insect Ancestor had discussed that the treasures obtained in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range would be distributed according to contribution points. Of course, whoever needed it the most could take it away, though they had to compensate the other two parties. After all, Dongbo Shuang specialized in group attacks with his soul technique. Sword Master was the strongest, and Insect Ancestor was responsible for searching for treasures. His insects were the best at searching for treasures. Nothing else. Dongbo Shuang sent several hundred avatars searching. Other than discovering the mysterious scale stone, he did not discover any other treasures. Suddenly, Hong! A terrifying aura erupted in the distance. Dongbo Shuang, Insect Ancestor, and Sword Master immediately noticed it. That was a location deep within the mountain. That was also where the natives killed their way in. Dongbo Shuang also had an avatar that was very close to them. That eruption of aura was too horrifying. It was so grand that it caused the expressions of Dongbo Shuang, Sword Master, and Insect Ancestor to change. Above the mountain in the clan's ground, a black fog that was emitting an aura of death started condensing. Blood Flame Clan? Here to steal my Yin spirit fruit again. A grand voice resounded. This voice caused the entire world to tremble. It's the Emperor. He has awakened. Let us hurry up and leave. Sword Master, Insect Ancestor, and Dongbo Shuang immediately knew that something was amiss. Hurry up and leave. My insects have discovered treasures in 4 locations. What about you guys? Countless insects flew towards Insect Ancestor from afar. They gathered into a black robe and wrapped around Insect Ancestor's body. I've discovered one. Dongbo Shuang replied. One after another, his avatars flew over. Hurry, the natives are currently restraining them. In a moment, that emperor will come to deal with us. Sword Master said worriedly. Emperor Feishue, please help my Blood Flame Clan. My Blood Flame Clan will definitely reward you handsomely. An anxious voice transmitted into Dongbo Shuang's ears. I'll leave a few avatars here to help them. Dongbo Shuang immediately transmitted to Sword Master. He had many avatars. Of the few avatars he left behind, there was only one with true combat strength. The others were weaker, and were mainly used to confuse enemies when they encountered danger. All right. Sword Master waved his hand, and kept Insect Ancestor and Dongbo Shuang into his Eden treasure. Within this Eden treasure, Dongbo Shuang's consciousness was not obstructed from permeating the outside world. He could still execute his mirage and illusory realm techniques. Go! After keeping his companions, without any worries, Sword Master immediately fled with all his might. So, his speed soared to the extreme. His harvest from this sky-floating island was already sufficient. One must know that it would still be a long period of time before he could escape. Sword Master had no confidence in escaping from the hands of the Emperor. Hence, he had to leave as soon as possible. If he died, it was one thing to lose his avatars, but all his treasures would be lost. They came to Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Firstly, it was to temper themselves. Secondly, it was to collect treasures. Some treasures were helpful to cultivation. Chase. Grand Elder chased relentlessly from behind. He was clear that the moment he was shaken off, with the opponent's ability to conceal his aura, it would take a long time for him to discover them again. He had to follow them. When the Emperor arrives, it would be time for these invaders to pay the price. On the other side, Elder's Hall. One of Dongbo Shuang's super strong avatars had already arrived. With a glance, he saw the situation in the Elder's Hall. On the side of the natives, a strange blood-colored crystal appeared on His Royal Highness Shui Yanji's forehead. His strength had increased by multiple folds, reaching the invincible realm. The clansmen behind him formed a battle formation. A drop of blood-colored liquid appeared on the forehead of each of them. Their aura had also increased by multiple folds. But the enemy was very strong. Second Elder, Third Elder. Each of them had the combat strength of an invincible realm expert. King Fusua and the other kings were also very strong. More importantly, the one currently suppressing His Royal Highness Shui Yanji was a pitch-black giant. His entire body was pitch-black and he had 3 eyes. His pair of huge arms carried a mysterious feeling when he waved them, causing His Royal Highness Shui Yanji to spit out blood time and time again. Fortunately, His Royal Highness Shui Yanji was a native, and his fleshly body was extremely strong. Risking your life? Burning the power of your bloodline? It's useless. This pitch-black giant once again slapped His Royal Highness Shui Yinji into the ground. Blood Flame Ji's heavily injured fleshly body twisted and recovered. As he battled, he charged towards a strangely curved fruit tree at the side. He is risking his life to charge towards that strange fruit tree? Dongbo Shuang did not care about anything else. He first unleashed his illusory realm technique with all his strength. Boom! The illusory realm descended and enveloped the entire Elder Hall. The expressions of Second Elder, Third Elder, and other kings within the Elder Hall changed greatly. They immediately teleported away. As for King Chi-Du, he had already fled far away after knowing that the enemy had killed his way into the clan's ground. He was clear that he would lose his life in a single move against that terrifying cultivator from Realm Heart Great Land. The other Death Destruction clansmen had all fled, but the Emperor remained unmoved. Amen. This pitch-black giant turned towards that white-robed young man who appeared outside the Elder Hall. Under the terrifying illusory realm, even the Emperor had to divert some of his heart force to resist against it, causing his strength to drop by 30%. Even though he was powerful and stronger than the Grand Elder, in reality, he and the Grand Elder were both emperors. The soul strength of the Grand Elder was fundamentally different from Second Elder and others. But there was no fundamental difference between the Emperor and the Grand Elder. Hurry! When His Royal Highness Shui Yinji saw that, he immediately transmitted to his subordinates. Snatch the Yin Spirit Fruit. Yin Spirit Fruit. Those clansmen from the Blood Flame clan madly rushed over. Dongbo Shuang was also observing that peculiar fruit tree. This fruit tree grew in a pond, and the liquid within was pitch black. And this fruit tree was crooked, and it was about 30 meters tall. The skin of the two fruits was very thin, and one could see light revolving within. This fruit seems extraordinary, but there are no records of it in the intelligence report. Dongbo Shuang suddenly noticed a gray eye at the top of this peculiar fruit tree. This gray eye seemed to be embedded within the fruit tree. The pressure it emitted was also constantly enveloping the entire Elder Hall. It's just that the aura of the Emperor was much stronger at this moment. Dongbo Shuang did not notice this gray eye previously. When he looked over, Dongbo Shuang's eyes met with that gray eye. Chapter 1222. This was a gray eye located at the top of a bizarre fruit tree. Its might was constantly being released, as if it had existed for 1 trillion years. The internal structure of this eye was even more profound. What realm did Dongbo Shuang currently reach? Even a speck of dust could become a vast continent in his field of vision. He was able to see through the deep structure of the dust, and he was able to see through the operating laws of an origin world. And at this moment, at the same time when Dongbo Shuang saw this gray eye, he could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. He could not help but carefully observe this gray eye. The gray eye rapidly became bigger and bigger in his field of vision. It was boundless. The structure of this gray eye was that mysterious. For instance, Dongbo Shuang's fleshy body, that was comparable to the final realm cosmos god body refinement cultivator, contained all sorts of unfathomable aspects. Every droplet of blood, and every cell contained great mysteries. It was the same logic. This gray eye was much more profound than the fleshy body of Dongbo Shuang. Too beautiful. Beautiful to the extreme. Dongbo Shuang muttered to himself. He looked at that gray eye with infatuation. Monarch Feishue, we are preparing to leave. Do you need us to bring you along? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Dongbo Shuang glanced at His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, who was currently fighting with the Emperor of the Death Destruction clan. Leave? Are you confident? Dongbo Shuang transmitted back with astonishment. It would still take some time to escape from the sky-floating island. We have our own methods. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji transmitted back. We are going to move now. Do you want to leave with us? There is no need to care about me. This is just one of my mini-avatars. Dongbo Shuang transmitted back. He was calm. He had many avatars, and he did not care if some of them dissipated. Moreover, he still needed to take a good look at the gray eye. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji replied, Imperial Emperor Feishue, the Blood Flame tribe will definitely repay your kindness. Let's meet again outside this floating island. All right, Let's meet outside the island. Dongbo Shuang replied. At the same time, Dongbo Shuang was very curious. This group of natives was desperately trying to rush towards the strange fruit tree, and that emperor from the Death Destruction clan was constantly obstructing them. At the same time, he was mainly furiously attacking His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. Boom, boom, boom. The pitch-black giant's every move was incredibly powerful. However, his moves were too simple and direct. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji could only defend himself stupidly. Fortunately, with the full power of Dongbo Shui Ying's illusory realm, His Royal Highness Shui Yenji was able to resist against it. He is really resilient. Dongbo Shui Ying's expression changed inwardly. The power of the pitch-black giant was comparable to that of Undying Underworld Emperor when he attacked Feishua City. One had to know that Undying Underworld Emperor could not maintain that terrifying state for a long period. If both parties were to fight against each other, Undying Underworld Emperor could temporarily gain the upper hand. But over time, if Undying Underworld Emperor could no longer maintain his peak state, he would be suppressed by this emperor. Naturally, it was not a problem for Undying Underworld Emperor to survive. In the vast Broken Teeth mountain range, this is just an ordinary floating island, yet it is so powerful. Dongbo Shuang was dumbstruck inwardly. On the side of the cultivators, their moves were profound and could save their lives when their attacks were weak. But strength could defeat everything. When the gap in power reached a certain level, the cultivator would similarly be swept away. According to hearsay, the natives have a strand of chaotic origin life-form bloodline. Their fleshy bodies are ridiculously strong, and this His Royal Highness Shui Yenji has an even more terrifying fleshy body. Dongbo Shuang judged. He paid more attention to it. He then continued observing that gray eye. He was thoroughly immersed in it. He could not help but reveal a grin on his face. At this moment that emperor was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to deal against Dongbo Shuang, because it was this damnable cultivator that forced him to divert some of his attention to resist against him, causing his strength to suffer. But the other elders and kings had escaped. Even Grand Elder did not come to help him. Grand Elder had sent someone to track down that sword-using cultivator. He did not have any helpers. His Royal Highness Shui Yenji and the 4 great combat formations under him. Each of the 4 great combat formations was comparable to His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. The emperor had to stop them at the same time. He was slightly flustered. He could not deal against Dongbo Shuang at all, because the moment he did, these natives would most likely find an opportunity to snatch away the Yin spirit fruit. Hong, one of the combat formations under His Royal Highness Shui Yenji. The 3 great experts in this combat formation had a strange blood armor covering their bodies. Under the activation of the 3 blood armors, inscriptions fused into one, causing the power of this combat formation to skyrocket. In terms of power, it had reached the level of Grand Elder. It was even stronger than His Royal Highness Shui Yenji by an entire level. After its power skyrocketed, this combat formation charged towards that strange fruit tree. Blood Flame Clan, you even brought your clan protection treasure? The emperor was startled. Blood Flame Sacred Armor. A total of 3. This was the clan protection treasure of the Blood Flame clan. Before the clan produced a supreme expert to protect the entire clan, the 3 great clan elders each carried the Blood Flame Sacred Armor. Together, they were enough to protect the entire clan. They absolutely could not afford to lose this treasure of the clan. They came to the floating island to take a risk, and even brought their clan protection treasure? One must know that if not for the white-robed young cultivator's appearance, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder would be in a worse situation. Once they were defeated and died, their clan protection treasure would be lost. Is the Blood Flame clan crazy? The emperor could not understand. He had dealt with the Blood Flame clan many times, because the most important treasure of the floating island, the Yin spirit fruit, had a miraculous effect on the awakening of the Blood Flame clan's bloodline power. Hence, generations of experts from the Blood Flame clan had come here to snatch the Yin spirit fruit. However, they had never been so crazy before. Damn it, the emperor's strength was affected. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, and the 4 great combat formations were not to be trifled with. One of the combat formations' strength had skyrocketed. The Emperor was different from the Grand Elder. The Emperor specialized in close combat. He did not specialize in large-scale domain techniques. Hence, he could not stop it in time. The combat formation's strength had skyrocketed. Compared to the Emperor, it was not much weaker. With its sudden burst of strength, and the help of its comrades, it instantly arrived in front of the strange fruit tree. No, the Emperor was furious, but he did not care anymore. He waved his hand, and grabbed the Yin spirit fruit on the strange fruit tree. This fruit tree had a total of 2 fruits. The Emperor and the battle formation each picked a fruit at the same time. It is not ripe yet and you are here to snatch it. The Emperor roared. When it is ripe, will it be our turn? His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, and the rest were overjoyed. Although it was not fully ripe, it was 50% effective. Let's go. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji, and the rest instantly gathered together. The combat formation disappeared, leaving only His Royal Highness Shui Yinji. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji held a withered leaf in his hand and crushed it. Wang! An invisible wave enveloped His Royal Highness Shui Yinji. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji looked at Dongbui Shuiying from afar and smiled. Then he disappeared. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The Emperor raised his head and roared. His roar echoed throughout the Elder's Hall and spread out. A terrifying shockwave rushed towards Dongbui Shuiying. Dongbui Shuiying's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Fortunately, he had the combat strength of an ultimate realm expert, and his physical body was strong enough. A single roar was not enough to kill him. Escape! The Emperor took a step forward and charged towards Dongbui Shuiying. He was infuriated. If not for this cultivator, he would have had a large group of helpers, and could have easily intercepted the Blood Flame race's troops. In fact, he would have had the absolute advantage. This cultivator caused his helpers to flee in fear. He did not blame his subordinates because a group of kings had already died in the hands of this cultivator. Originally, the 2 ripened fruits could increase his strength slightly, but now, there was only 1 unripened fruit left. It was useless to an emperor like him. It was only useful to the kings. It would be a long time before he could wait for the fruit to ripen again. So fast. Although Dongbui Shuiying was fleeing with all his might, the emperor was able to teleport. Previously, he was only busy intercepting the natives, and was unable to deal with Dongbui Shuiying. Now with a single leap, he caught up to Dongbui Shuiying in the blink of an eye. A huge black palm came crashing down. Dongbui Shuiying felt that there was no way for him to dodge. His defensive techniques seemed like a joke in the face of such terrifying might. Pung! Against an invincible realm expert, even one of Dongbui Shuiying's main clones would be heavily injured. Against this emperor, even ordinary invincible realm experts would be heavily injured in a single move. Only His Majesty Blood Flame Ji, who had an unparalleled strength and an extremely strong fleshly body, could endure for so long. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Under the terrifying might, Dongbui Shuiying's physical body was directly destroyed. Not even ashes were left. However, when the clone was destroyed, Dongbui Shuiying was still very calm. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. He had over 10,000 clones. He did not care about 1 clone. Chapter 12:23. At the moment when this avatar of Shuiying was destroyed, another avatar stealthily snuck into the Elder Hall. One must know that when he decided to help the natives, Dongbui Shuiying had left behind several avatars. Of course, there was only one extremely powerful avatar. This Grey Eye. In a flash, Dongbui Shuiying's avatar appeared in front of the mystic fruit tree. Although the Grey Eye at the top of the mystic fruit tree was still emitting an oppressive aura that permeated the entire Elder's Hall, Dongbui Shuiying did not hesitate to reach out to grab it. But the moment his palm touched the Grey Eye, boom! In a blur, Dongbui Shuiying could vaguely see an incomparably majestic monster. It was too huge, so huge that it exceeded Dongbui Shuiying's imagination. In terms of size, it was much bigger than a sacred world. In fact, One could not even use size to describe this existence. Its existence itself seemed to contain too many laws. There were too many layers of strange space on its body, and it seemed to exist in the past, present, and future. This was an extremely terrifying existence. It was much more terrifying than the myriad tentacles dragon son that Dongbo Shui-Ying had seen before. If the myriad tentacles dragon son was an ant, then this majestic figure was like a giant dragon, high above the 9 heavens. Shui-Ying could barely make out that this was a strange creature with dozens of claws. Its body was covered in a dense array of eyes, and there were many of them. Boom! The moment his finger touched the gray eye, he could vaguely make out that terrifying existence. Following that, an extremely horrifying aura crashed onto his body. This aura was even more terrifying than the furious attack of the Emperor. Dongbo Shui-Ying's avatar was silently destroyed. Humph! The black giant emperor that appeared at the entrance of the Elders' Hall snorted coldly. Truly foolish. To actually dare to touch it. If it was a native, he would definitely not be so stupid. Although the emperor was not proficient in domain-type powerful techniques, he was still like a fish in water on the floating island. An invisible power had long enveloped the entire clan grounds. He had long discovered Dongbo Shui-Ying's clones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Even though he had noticed Dongbo Shui-Ying's clones, he still teleported over and over again to destroy them. After killing them, the emperor was still furious. He did not care about losing some of his subordinates. What he cared about the most was his own strength. Normally, this Yin spirit fruit was monopolized by him. This time, one of them had been snatched away, and the remaining ones were unripe. They were useless to someone at his level. Not only did the Scarlet Flame clan bring so many experts with them, but they also brought their clan treasure. The one that escaped in the end was probably the spirit leaf that the 9-tailed great saint had given to the Blood Flame clan, right? You used it just like that. The emperor muttered inwardly. 9-tailed great sage was one of the 8 great sages that stood at the peak of the few low-graded chaotic origin lifeforms in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range. There's also that sword-wielding cultivator. The emperor quickly disappeared to chase after the sword master. The sword master, who possessed a supreme secret impartation, was indeed very all-round. Be it offense, defense, survival, or escape, he excelled in all aspects. He was unaffected by Dongbo Shui-Ying, insect ancestor, and the natives. Under his full speed, the sword master had turned into a dazzling sword light as he escaped at a frightening speed. He followed the rough path he took when he came. He did not hesitate as he fled. Dongbo Shui-Ying's main avatar was also in the Eden treasure that the sword master brought along with him. He was currently casting an illusory realm outwards to affect that Grand Elder, who was chasing after him. After the Grand Elder's strength fell, the threat he posed to the sword master had become much lower, especially when his techniques were crude. Hong, that terrifying pitch-black giant, stepped on the void and came over with a single stomp. His huge foot enveloped over. It was too big, and for an instant, the sword master could not escape from the region of this foot. He could only defend against it. Pung, countless sword lights dissipated. The sword master was forced back in a sorry state. Even when the Grand Elder was at his peak, the sword master had never been in such a sorry state. He could even barely hold back the Grand Elder. But against the Emperor, whose strength had fallen by 30%, the battle was one-sided. The sword master could not hold back the other party at all. He could only try his best to survive. So terrifying. Snow Eagle, are you the one who said that his strength has fallen by 30%? The sword master transmitted while doing his best to escape and deal with the Emperor. I've seen his full strength before. It isn't any weaker than when Undying Underworld Emperor risked his life. Dongbo Shui-Ying replied from within the Eden treasure. Even if his strength has fallen, his strength is still more terrifying than Emperor Summer. It is at least twice as strong. Fortunately, his techniques are much cruder, and I can barely resist against him. If my realm is comparable to Emperor Summer and the others, I will definitely not be able to escape from the sky-floating island. The sword master transmitted back. How can there be someone who is tyrannical and heaven-defying with a ridiculously high realm? Any random sky-floating island is so terrifying. Then it wouldn't be training for us cultivators anymore. Dongbo Shuang transmitted back. Swordmaster, we'll have to rely on you. If we can't escape from the sky-floating island, it is fine if our avatars fall, but the treasures will be gone too. Rest assured, the Swordmaster was going all out. If not for the influence of Dongbo Shui Ying's illusory realm, the Swordmaster would only have a 50-50 chance of escaping, but now he was 90% confident. After all, the Swordmaster who possessed a supreme secret importation was ranked in the front even amongst unparalleled existences, in terms of survival and escaping. Under extreme speed, more than 2 hours passed. So, a sword light finally rushed out of the sky-floating island. Ho! The pitch-black giant emperor stood at the boundary of the sky-floating island. He let out a furious roar as he stared coldly at the distant sword light. The distant sword light transformed into Swordmaster. The Swordmaster then teleported away. Damn! The emperor was furious. The treasures taken away by the 3 cultivators were something the Death Disaster clan did not care about. That was why they did not deliberately hide them around the clan's ground. It's just that the emperor felt humiliated for these cultivators to obtain the treasures and escape safely. But the emperor did not chase after them. After all, the other party could easily teleport in the outside world. He could not catch up to them at all. Hence, he could only return unwillingly. In the void outside the sky-floating island, Dongbo Shuang, Swordmaster, and Insect Ancestor were here. The 3 of them were happily taking inventory of the treasures. Haha, our harvest this time is really huge. If we could do it so easily every time, our harvest would be unfathomable. Insect Ancestor exclaimed. Swordmaster softly shook his head. This time, it's because Snow Eagle's trump card is too formidable. He swept across many apex experts from the Death Disaster clan. At the same time we met the natives. With them leading the way, we could easily avoid all sorts of dangerous environments in the sky-floating island. In addition, those enemies were also restrained by the natives. That was why we could have such a huge harvest. Amen. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Let's follow the old rules. We will first send the war spoils back to prevent our avatars from being destroyed, and the treasures gone. Alright. Let's first leave them in Feishua City. Insect Ancestor and Swordmaster absolutely trusted Dongbo Shuang. Hua! A black crack appeared by the side. A white-robed avatar appeared. In Broken Teeth Mountain Range, only the sky-floating island could not be used. Other places could be used. This avatar brought along the treasures, and directly teleported back to Feishua City. Monarch Feishua. To the distance, His Royal Highness Shui Yinji and the other figures appeared. They flew over. After discovering that emperor from the Death Disaster clan roaring furiously, we came to find you. We only found you after circling around. You guys have teleported quite far. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji chuckled. In order to prevent that emperor from chasing after us, we teleported slightly further away. Swordmaster said. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji said. This time, it's all thanks to you guys and Monarch Feishua. Otherwise, we would not have gotten the Yin Spirit Fruit. I've said before that my Blood Flame clan will definitely thank you. These are some secret treasures belonging to you cultivators that our Blood Flame clan once discovered. They are all here. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji threw over a storage treasure. They could not use the secret treasures of cultivators, because powerful secret treasures were too complicated, and the natives only needed to cultivate their bloodline energy. That wristband flew in front of him. Oh! After Dongbo Shuang received it, he checked through it. He discovered all sorts of secret treasures. Some were high and some were low. The highest was a total of 2 top-graded secret treasures. 2 of them are top-graded secret treasures. Dongbo Shuang, Swordmaster, and Insect Ancestor said. They belong to you. It's also because of you that he gave us these. Swordmaster said. Insect Ancestor nodded too. We will distribute them when the time comes. Dongbo Shuang said. Reaching his level, he was more concerned about improving his realm. Just like Ancestor Fan and the others, for the sake of improving their realm, they were willing to fork out many treasures. He then arranged for an avatar to execute the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to bring the treasures back. Dongbua Shuang turned to His Royal Highness Shui Yinji and the others. Does your highness know of that gray eye at the apex of that Yin spirit fruit tree? That gray eye was the greatest reward he, Dongbua Shuang, obtained from the sky-floating island this time. Even though he could vaguely see a horrifying existence when he touched the gray eye, Dongbua Shuang was clear how important this gray eye was to him. On this gray eye, he could see a unique illusory realm structure. Furthermore, it was extremely mystical. Actually, across the entire realm Heart Great Land, only Dongbua Shuang could understand the illusory realm structure of this gray eye when he saw it. If one's realm was not high enough, one could not understand the treasures placed before them. Dongbua Shuang was currently in the process of fusing the 5 branches in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. He could even see the direction. Even without external help, it was possible for him to reach the final realm after a long time. His attainments in this aspect could be said to be standing at the apex across the countless origin worlds in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. With such accumulations, he was just a membrane away from reaching the final realm. Hence, when he saw this gray eye, he could still discover the illusory realm structure within despite the interference from the complex structure of the gray eye itself. Furthermore, this illusory realm structure was incomplete. Even Ancestor Fan and the others could not see it due to their insufficient accumulations. The illusory realm structure within this gray eye is incomplete. It should require the other eyes to fuse together before it can be executed. Dongbua Shuang thought. He had cultivated to such a stage that even Yuan, Lord Lo Chung and other apex chaotic origin experts could not guide him. But some innate chaotic origin life forms were born with all sorts of supreme laws in their bodies. This gray eye contained an illusory realm at the chaotic origin level. Even though that terrifying chaotic origin life form did not comprehend the illusory realm by himself. Instead, he was born with it. Nevertheless, Dongbua Shuang was able to give him great guidance when he comprehended the illusory realm. If Shuang were to cultivate slowly, it might take a long time for him to fuse the 5 branches together. But if he were to comprehend the complete illusory realm structure, it might save him a lot of time to reach the final realm. That unfathomably huge creature that I vaguely saw seems to be dead? Dongbua Shuang thought. That gray eye does not contain any life force. But even if it is dead, its suppression remains eternal. It could easily kill an avatar of mine if I wanted to touch it. This is too horrifying. According to legends, the Broken Teeth mountain range contains the corpse of a horrifying chaotic origin life form that once heavily injured Yuan. Even though there were some low-graded chaotic origin life forms living in the Broken Teeth mountain range, they were too weak. Yuan did not care about them at all. What was truly horrifying were the corpses in the Broken Teeth mountain range. Gray Eye. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji was startled. I know. Of course I know. According to what I know, quite a few of the sky-floating islands have such terrifying eyes. According to rumors, it was left behind by the horrifying corpse of a chaotic origin life form left behind by Yuan. It is incredibly powerful and should not be touched. Chapter 1224. Quite a few sky-floating islands have them? Dongbua Shuiying's eyes brightened. Right. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji nodded. These terrifying eyes are scattered across several sky-floating islands. Just in the records of my Blood Flame clan alone, there are 522 of them. But Monarch Feishua, I have to tell you that it is impossible to bring these eyes away. Touching them will result in punishment. Those who are slightly weaker will be suppressed to death by the power emitted by these eyes. I wonder if it is possible to sell these sky-floating islands which have records of these eyes to me? Dongbua Shuiying knew that this request was slightly overboard, yet he still requested information on sky-floating islands. Not just the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land, or the natives. These were absolutely the core information. These were obtained by seniors who risked their lives. All sorts of dangerous environments might seem ordinary on the surface, but only after experiencing it would one understand. This was accumulated over generations. The various worlds of the native tribes would also have some transactions exchanging information with each other. Detailed information on every sky-floating island was precious, and they would not easily give it to the other party. Monarch Feishue, my Blood Flame clan is greatly indebted to you. Blood Flame Ji looked at Dongbo Shuang. The other apex experts from the Blood Flame clan behind Blood Flame Ji also exchanged glances. They were discussing with one another. My Blood Flame clan can naturally give you the information you want. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji said. If the Blood Flame clan was at its peak, it would be hard for them to ask for such information. But now, the Blood Flame clan was left with only a few of them. Blood Flame Ji was the current leader of the Blood Flame clan. Previously, Dongbo Shuang had helped them tremendously. If not for Dongbo Shuang, their clan might have been wiped out. Furthermore, the natives were divided into many clans. The Blood Flame clan was a forthright person who distinguished gratitude and grudges clearly. If they met those who were dark and selfish, it would be hard for Dongbo Shuang and the others to obtain the information. But I have to make things clear. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji said. Our race has known for a long time. Although we know that there are 522 floating islands with those terrifying eyes, we have never seen them before. However, our Scarlet Flame tribe isn't stupid enough to explore every single sky-floating island. For example, the Ying spiritual fruit on that island is extremely important to our Scarlet Flame tribe. That's why we know so much about it after exploring it time and time again. Of these 522 floating islands, our race has absolute detailed information on 18 of them. There are 89 that are more detailed, and the rest are very rough. That's enough. I'm already very grateful that Your Highness is willing to help me. Dongbo Shuang replied. Haha, Emperor Feishue, you don't have to do this. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the Blood Flame tribe wouldn't have survived this disaster. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji said as he took out a scroll and handed it to Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang took it. Scanning through it with his consciousness, a large amount of information surged into his mind. Originally, I wanted to invite Emperor Feishue and the others to our Scarlet Flame world as guests. Yet we are currently fleeing for our lives. Wait until our race gets back the Scarlet Flame world. I'll definitely send an emissary to the Realm Heart Great Land to invite Emperor Feishue over. His Royal Highness Shui Yinji said. I'm staying at the Southern Cloud Nation's Feishue City. I'll be waiting for Your Highness to invite us over. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Blood Flame Ji. Previously, when the other party asked for help, Dongbo Shuang felt that it was a minor matter for him to lose a few avatars. Hence, he did not hesitate to help. Yet now, he had obtained such precious information. He casually helped out, yet he was repaid in such a manner. That was how it was. If Dongbo Shuang was a sinister person and watched the natives fight with the emperor without interfering, he might even think that the natives could delay for a longer period of time. Most likely, he would not receive such benefits. Both parties parted reluctantly. Only after the team from the Blood Flame clan disappeared did Sword Master say, Snow Eagle, are you talking about the gray eye at the top of the Ying spirit fruit tree? Didn't I stay behind to help His Royal Highness Shui Yinji and the others? That's why I saw that gray eye. Dongbo Shuang said. That eye is mysterious and unfathomable. It is helpful to my cultivation. We have already passed through the sky-floating island. Where should we go next? Haha, Big Brother Feishue. Are you thinking of going to the 522 sky-floating islands with those mysterious eyes? Insect Ancestor laughed. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. We have already passed through one island. Strictly speaking, there are still 521 islands remaining. We don't have an accurate target. Sword Master nodded. The reason why we came to the sky-floating islands is to temper ourselves, and for the sake of opportunities. Since Snow Eagle feels that those mysterious eyes are helpful to you, then let's go to those sky-floating islands. Furthermore, with the intelligence provided by His Royal Highness Shui Yinji and the others, it will be much easier for us. Even though the Summer Wind Ancient Nation had some absolute and detailed intelligence on sky-floating islands, those places had already been explored by Emperor Summer and Ancestor Fan. Instead, many sky-floating islands provided by the Blood Flame clan had never been explored by the Summer Wind ancient nation. Many thanks, Dongbu Shuang said. Then let's go according to the degree of danger of the sky-floating islands. We'll explore those that are less dangerous and have more detailed intelligence first. Insect Ancestor nodded. You decide. Sword Master was straightforward too. As a result, Dongbu Shuang and the other two began exploring the sky-floating islands according to the intelligence. The intelligence was sufficiently detailed. Those that were less dangerous would be explored first. The Blood Flame clan gave them intelligence because they were repaying a debt of gratitude. Many of these intelligence were not explored by the experts in Realm Heart Great Land. The sky-floating islands were incredibly unique. For instance, the gray eyes were helpful to Dongbu Shuang in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Similarly, there were some unique scenes that were helpful to Sword Master. A blood-colored mountain stood on the sky-floating island. It was emitting a destructive power that caused others to tremble. Sword Master looked at it with an infatuated look. From this mountain, Sword Master could see the direction he was heading towards. Good treasures. So many scarlet bamboo fruits. A pile of red fruits swayed gently. They were emitting an alluring fragrance. Many insects rushed up and brought all the fruits away. At the same time he said, Big Brother Feishua, Brother Bewitching Sword, these scarlet bamboo fruits are extremely useful to insects. I want them all. Alright, they are all yours. Dongbu Shuang and Sword Master chuckled. Even though they were useful to insects, they were not useful to the two of them. At most, they could exchange for treasures. This is amazing. On a surging dark gray river, Dongbu Shuang sat cross-legged. He was following the flow of the river. The river was circular in shape. A single round was about 50 billion kilometers long. Dongbu Shuang could feel the higher-level Tao of void revolving within. That was a unique usage at the chaotic origin level. Snow Eagle, hurry up and leave. The Death Disaster clan is here. Big Brother Feishua, let's go. Insect Ancestor and Sword Master abruptly shouted out. Go, go, go. On the dark gray river, Dongbu Shuang, who had been following the flow for a long time, hurriedly escaped with Insect Ancestor and Sword Master. Time passed. Dongbu Shuang and the others were exploring the sky-floating islands to their heart's content. Because the information they chose were more detailed and less dangerous. In addition, Dongbu Shuang's Illusory Realm technique could sweep across kings and even emperors from the Death Disaster clan. Sword Master was incredibly powerful. His techniques were perfect too. Insect Ancestor had long sent his insects to explore the entire place. They actually succeeded in exploring 32 sky-floating islands consecutively. Their harvests were either big or small. Putting aside those fortuitous encounters that were helpful to cultivation, just the treasures they obtained were sufficient to make unparalleled existences jealous. Of course, the three of them would still have to divide the spoils. Of the three of them, Dongbu Shuang and Sword Master placed more emphasis on cultivation, while Insect Ancestor was more interested in obtaining some unique treasures. Mysterious. After that they explored the 32 sky-floating islands. Because they had done so according to the intelligence, they naturally discovered those mysterious eyes on every sky-floating island. Under the observation of Dongbu Shuang, the composition of every eye was seen at the deepest level. This made him immersed in it. But currently of the 33 mysterious eyes I discovered, 25 of them are gray eyes and 8 are golden eyes. The gray eyes are formed from a type of illusory realm, while the golden eyes are formed from another type of illusory realm. The illusory realm of the gray eyes should be used to attract the enemies, causing them to fall into a trance. As for the golden eyes, they can be killed within the illusory realm. Dongbu Shuang memorized the internal composition of the eyes. Being a cultivator who stood at the apex in the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm across many origin worlds, he naturally had a deduction. Even the original owner of those gray eyes and golden eyes, that terrifying chaotic origin life form, could only perfectly execute the innate technique. It did not understand the profoundness of this technique at all. As they entered many sky-floating islands and observed those eyes, Dongbo Shuang had sent his avatars to touch them. Every time he touched them, his avatars would be suppressed and destroyed. Nevertheless, he could still vaguely sense that terrifying chaotic origin life form. Chapter 1225. Even though he could only vaguely sense that terrifying chaotic origin life form to the extent that he could not see the exact number of eyes, but Dongbo Shuang could imagine how many eyes the chaotic origin life form would look at the enemy. The enemy would first be attracted by the illusory realm, before being killed by the illusory realm. Under the two-pronged assault, even if the enemy did not die, his soul would be greatly affected. The strength he could unleash would also be greatly reduced. That chaotic origin life form is bigger than a sacred world. Most likely, a clash with it would shatter a nation like the Summer Wind ancient nation. Dongbo Shuang sighed inwardly. Fortunately, such a terrifying existence was dealt against by other similarly terrifying chaotic origin experts like Yuan and Lord Locheng. In the capital of Summer Wind ancient nation, within the Fan Clan Magic Mountain, there was a short and thick burning heart god tree. A white-robed young man sat cross-legged beneath the tree crown. In order to prevent undying underworld emperor from discovering him, the avatar cultivating under the burning heart god tree had changed his appearance and aura. But given the defenses of the Summer Wind capital and the Fan clan, it was hard for undying underworld emperor to find this place. Hua! A leaf that seemed to be carved from violet jade floated down in front of Dongbo Shuang. The edge of his lips curled into a grin as he watched. In his mind, he could clearly remember the illusory realm structure of the 33 mysterious eyes. Of the two types of illusory realms, one was to attract the enemy, and the other was to destroy the soul. The 25 gray eyes formed different parts of the same illusory realm. Even when they were combined, they were still incomplete. But to Dongbo Shuang, even though they were incomplete, they were still filled with beauty. Too beautiful, close to the Tao, and comprehending the Tao. Currently, Dongbo had close to the Tao, and was just a strand away from reaching the final realm. Hence, he was qualified to understand how extraordinary those mysterious eyes were. With my current realm, I dare not hope to grasp the killing technique of that terrifying chaotic origin life form. Dongbo Shuang thought. But it is still possible for me to comprehend it, and create a killing technique that suits me. What was a killing technique? For instance, the Tao of Void had a total of 9 branches, of which 5 branches fused together. One could create the Grand Perfection 5 Phases sealing technique. This power had reached the boundary of level 3 Cosmos God. In the same realm, different methods of application would result in a difference in the power of the moves. Because he had comprehended a supreme secret technique, Dongbo Shuang had created 5 ultimate techniques in the Void Tao. Any killer move had the battle power of an ordinary final realm cultivator. How heaven-defying was that? As for the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, although he had a deep foundation, Dongbo Shuang did not have any heaven-defying killing moves. Because creating a killer move also required inspiration and inspiration. Or watch someone else do it. Or could he borrow the power of a supreme secret treasure? Or was it guided by a supreme secret technique? In short, most of them would be touched. In fact, with a guide it would be much easier. Now, the gray and golden eyes were guiding Dongbo Shuang. By simplifying it and absorbing it, I can create my own killer move. By doing so, I can accumulate more experience, allowing me to reach the final realm. Dongbo Shuang looked forward to it. He closed his eyes. He continued cultivating. The illusory realm structure of those 33 mysterious eyes was being dissected and researched by him. He fused it with his comprehension of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. With the help of the Burning Heart God Tree, the effect of his cultivation was great. Of the avatars of Dongbo Shuang, only this avatar under the Burning Heart God Tree, and the avatar holding the Chaotic Origin God Spear, in Feishua City, possess 100% of his soul. As for the other souls, including the main combat avatars that were adventuring in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, most of them only possessed 70% of his soul, because he had absorbed a droplet of heart blood from the myriad tentacles dragon mother. Dongbo Shuiying's soul was exceptionally strong. Even with 70% of his soul, he could fully execute illusory realm techniques and other killing moves. As my realm increases, the help provided by the burning heart god tree becomes weaker. Dongbo Shuiying could feel the help provided by the burning heart god tree, but as his realm increased, the effect of the burning heart god tree became weaker. Nonetheless, it was still much more effective than other cultivation materials. Dongbo Shuiying and the other two descended on a sky-floating island. This was also the 34th sky-floating island they were about to explore. I hope there are some treasures waiting for us on this sky-floating island. Our harvest from the previous sky-floating island is so little that it is almost negligible. Insect Ancestor said. Naturally, there will be more and less rewards on the sky-floating islands. Even though they are useful to us cultivators, they are not useful to the Death Destruction clan or the natives. But over the years many cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land have come here to explore. Unparalleled existences are also exploring. They should have explored quite a few sky-floating islands too. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. Talking about that, our harvest is huge. It is all thanks to Big Brother Feishue and Brother Bewitching Sword. Insect Ancestor chuckled. It has given me quite a lot of benefits. Many thanks to the Blood Flame clan too. Dongbo Shuiying said, let's go. We have to be careful. Even though the degree of danger on this sky-floating island isn't high, and the information we have is more detailed, it is still better for us not to fail miserably in some dangerous environment. The information was more detailed. It merely stated that the majority of the dangers were recorded. Let's go. The black robe on Insect Ancestor's body abruptly tore apart. It turned into many insects that rapidly hid themselves in the surroundings. Dongbo Shuiying was also casting his illusory realm. Sword Master was the most relaxed. Only when they met a truly strong enemy would they require the Sword Master to act. The three of them advanced with great proficiency. They maintained some concealment techniques, such as void concealment. They were already experienced. Such concealment techniques were not that useful. They would suffer from the rejection from the unseen aura of the sky-floating island. The moment the Death Destruction clan got close, they could easily sense their existence. However, it was still much better than flying at high speed without a care in the world. Given their experience, they could not delay on the sky-floating island. They had to be fast. The slower they were, the easier it would be for them to be discovered. All Death Destruction clan members who were discovered would be killed. Given Dongbo Shuiying's illusory realm technique, even kings would be killed instantly unless they were at the pinnacle of the king class standard from the Death Destruction clan. As long as they were killed, the Death Destruction clan would not be able to obtain the information so quickly. There was once when they charged to the core of a sky-floating island for more than 2 hours before they were discovered by the Death Destruction clan. They killed the strongest kings and forced them to flee in panic. Because of the illusory realm, the Death Destruction clan did not dare to inform the emperor. Hence, Dongbo Shuiying left behind an avatar as a deterrent. Then he allowed them to leave easily. That time, they flipped the entire clan's ground upside down. Their harvest was huge. When they left, the emperor of that sky-floating island was still in slumber. But Dongbo Shuiying did not dare to act against the emperor. Furthermore, his illusory realm merely enveloped the surrounding without affecting the emperor. The moment it was awakened, it would be troublesome. As for killing the sleeping emperor, even if the emperor did not resist, they could not kill him, because the Death Destruction clan and the natives were truly powerful by themselves. They were different from cultivators who relied on supreme-graded secret treasures and other external forces. But they rampaged through a sky-floating island and flipped it upside down. When they escaped, the emperor of the sky-floating island was still in slumber. Dongbo Shuiying and the others had only succeeded once. Naturally, these experiences allowed them to delay being discovered. So. Dongbo Shuiying and the other two were moving forward at high speed. Something's wrong. Stop. Shuiying looked ahead, staring at an enormous lake in the distance. That lake occupied an area of more than 50 million kilometers. It was vast, and the water was slightly rippling. Why would there be such a huge lake? Swordmaster was startled too. Dongbo Shuang had also passed the intelligence to Swordmaster and Insect Ancestor. He naturally trusted the Swordmaster. He also trusted Barbaturan for helping him during the critical moment. The three of them knew about the intelligence. Hence, they were looking solemnly at the huge lake ahead. The intelligence provided by the Blood Flame race is absolutely detailed. We have explored the 18 floating islands a long time ago. Although the intelligence on this floating island is only slightly more detailed, it is still a little rough. Even though the intelligence on this sky-floating island is slightly more detailed, it is impossible for there to be no records of it. Barbaturan muttered. The intelligence provided by the Blood Flame clan would not be fake. Then where did this lake come from? After exploring the 33 sky-floating islands previously, they did not doubt the intelligence provided by the Blood Flame clan. This lake, Dongbo Shuang, and the other two vaguely felt that something was amiss. Let me take a look. Dongbo Shuang waved his hand, causing an avatar with his main combat strength to appear. This avatar continued moving forward. Furthermore, he was casting his illusory realm. When he got closer, only then did his illusory realm touch that lake. At the moment of contact, that incomparably huge lake abruptly moved. Hung long. It was as if the world had turned upside down. The huge lake had transformed into a huge bloody mouth. That bloody mouth was merely the mouth of an incomparably huge creature. This creature was too huge. More than half of its body appeared from nothingness. There was still a portion of its body hidden in nothingness. Its mouth had already enveloped down. Even though Dongbo Shuang and the other two were flying fast, they could not escape from the region of this bloody mouth. It's him. The chaotic origin life form, Emperor Deep Stone. Swordmaster was greatly startled. The expressions of Dongbo Shuang and Insect Ancestor turned ugly. This was the most terrifying enemy they had encountered since coming to the sky-floating islands. It had even made them feel despair. I'm afraid we can't escape this time. Insect Ancestor muttered. Chapter 1226. More than half of Emperor Deep Stone's body appeared from nothingness, shocking the entire sky-floating island. Those Death Disaster clansmen on the sky-floating island, including that emperor, who had long woken up, were slightly startled. He is out hunting again. The emperor of this sky-floating island was a seemingly thin and weak red-robed girl. She stood in the clan's ground with a group of subordinates behind her. All of them were looking at that incomparably huge figure. Ever since Emperor Deep Stone came to this sky-floating island, the master of this sky-floating island had become Emperor Deep Stone. The emperor of the Death Disaster clan did not dare to provoke him. Even though he could survive, he would be trampled on by Emperor Deep Stone. Fortunately, Emperor Deep Stone disliked eating these Death Disaster clansmen. He would usually sleep on this sky-floating island. He would only be willing to devour the natives and cultivators when he met them. Suck! Emperor Deep Stone's bloody mouth looked downwards. He sucked in abruptly. Light became distorted. Even time and space were distorted. Boundless energy flowed into Dongbo Shuang, Insect Ancestor, and Swordmaster. Brother Bewitching Sword, it's up to you now. But it's fine even if you die. It's just that I have to pay a huge price and take a long time to recover. Insect Ancestor transmitted. Swordmaster, I'll have to rely on you. I have no other way. Dongbo Shuang transmitted back. Swordmaster coldly waved his hand before keeping Dongbo Shuang and Insect Ancestor. And one of Dongbo Shuang's main avatars that went to investigate previously could not make it in time. Under the terrifying devouring force, he felt his entire body being sucked into the enormous mouth of Emperor Deep Stone. Deep within that mouth was a distorted crimson. As he was sucked in, Dongbo Shuang felt an extreme heat. Even though his body was comparable to a level 3 Cosmos God body cultivator, his body still started disintegrating under this heat. A mere clone is indeed powerless in front of such a terrifying existence. Dongbo Shuang sighed. Emperor Deep Stone was much more powerful than the imprisoned 10,000 tentacles dragon son. But the overall strength of the realm Heart Great Land was strong. Furthermore, The most terrifying low-graded chaotic origin life forms, the natives, and the Death Destruction clan, could not penetrate through the barrier and enter the realm Heart Great Land from the Broken Teeth mountain range. According to the information, the chaotic origin life forms in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range were all low-graded chaotic origin life forms. They were few in number too. It was hard to meet any low-graded chaotic origin life forms across the countless sky-floating islands. Most of them had average strength. If they encountered an invincible being, they would have no problem staying alive. However, 8 of them were known as Great Sages. Emperor Deep Stone. Also known as the Great Sage Stone Deep, he was one of the 8 Great Sages. If Emperor Xia were to encounter them with his supreme secret treasure, he would have a chance to escape. But how could Dongbu Shuiying and the others survive? The hope was very slim. Of course, the most terrifying existences in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range were still the 5 existences who had reached the apex between the Death Destruction clan and the natives. They were also known as the 5 Supremes. 5 Supremes. 3 originated from the Death Destruction clan, and 2 from the natives. They were the true rulers of the vast Broken Teeth mountain range. At that level, even Undying Underworld Emperor and Emperor Xia would be easily killed by them. Hence, Undying Underworld Emperor had always wanted to refine a Death Walker. He had paid a huge price to carry out a large-scale sacrifice to succeed in one fell swoop. Nonetheless, Dongbu Shuiying had disrupted his plans, causing Undying Underworld Emperor to not dare to venture too deep into the Broken Teeth mountain range. Because the best resources and most unique places in the entire Broken Teeth mountain range were occupied by the 5 Supremes. There was no need to care about the 5 Supremes. Emperor Deep Stone before them made Dongbu Shuiying, Insect Ancestor, and Sword Master incredibly nervous. Didn't they say that there are very few low-graded chaotic origin life forms? We have explored more than 30 sky-floating islands. It is fine if we met any chaotic origin life forms, but we even met one of the 8 Great Sages, Emperor Deep Stone. Within the Eden Treasure, Insect Ancestor had a bitter look. Dongbu Shuiying continued to exert his illusory realm through his Eden Treasure. The illusory realm engulfed the surroundings. Even though it only touched a small part of Emperor Deep Stone's body, it still invaded the soul of Emperor Deep Stone. It's just that chaotic origin life forms were too unique. Many parts of their bodies were the embodiment of the supreme law. Any scale or bone on their body contained all sorts of mysteries. Naturally, their souls were similarly tyrannical. Even if their intelligence was ordinary, they would only suffer from slight interference, causing their strength to drop by 10%. This is all I can do. Sword Master, it's all up to you now. Dongbu Shuiying sighed inwardly. Even though he brought along the Void Fire Lotus Flower, the 9 great avatars working together could not resist against the devouring power of Emperor Deep Stone. Hua! A dazzling sword light tore apart the endless dusk. Sword Master wielded a sword in his hand. He broke through the layers of restraints and tried his best to rush out. Selah! The enormous claws of Emperor Deep Stone seemed to be made of rocks. They appeared from the dusk and enveloped Sword Master at high speed. Sword Master tried his best to defend against the incoming force. Pung! The sword light dissipated. Sword Master spurted out blood and continued fleeing in a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Emperor Deep Stone let out a laughter that reverberated across the entire sky-floating island. He seemed to be very excited. Within the Eden Treasure, Dongbu Shuiying and Insect Ancestor were both anxiously watching the outside world. They watched as Sword Master struggled with difficulty. He is still too strong. Insect Ancestor could not help but say, Bewitching Sword has unparalleled strength. Furthermore, many of his techniques are perfect. Even if Eternal Night Primogenitor and Moonflower King came, they might not be able to do as well as Brother Bewitching Sword, who asked us to meet Emperor Deep Stone. Dongbu Shuiying felt helpless. And it seems that Emperor Deep Stone is treating this as a form of entertainment. He isn't using his full strength. It's a pity that us cultivators are rejected on the sky-floating island. We can't teleport and can only fly slowly. Emperor Deep Stone isn't afraid that we can escape. AI. The scales on insect ancestor's face twitched. Dong Buishuang frowned as well, because the sword master's body was sliced apart. Although it was healing rapidly, there was a bizarre gray energy coiling around the sword master's body. After another 10 breaths of time, Snow Eagle insect ancestor, we can't hold on any longer. Sword master's figure transmitted over. Boom. Very soon, the Eden treasures exploded. Dongbuo Ying and insect ancestor exchanged glances and laughed. Although they were struggling to escape in all directions, under the endless devouring force of Emperor Deep Stone, they were still devoured. I will need some time before I can recover. After I recover, I will come to Feishue City. Big brother Feishue, help me keep all my treasures properly. Before he was devoured, insect ancestor transmitted. Don't worry, I won't be greedy. Dongbuo Shuang laughed. Sword master. Dongbuo Shuang and insect ancestor's team was destroyed just like that. Feishue City. Snow covered the garden. Dongbuo Shuang stood alone in the garden. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In midair, a figure condensed. It was the incarnation of Sword Master. Snow Eagle. Sword Master descended. His face revealed a helpless expression. I've let you guys down. I couldn't resist against Emperor Deep Stone. At least you could resist. I didn't even have the chance to struggle. Dongbuo Shuang laughed. And before entering Broken Teeth Mountain Range, we were prepared to lose our incarnations. Although it's a pity that we lost our treasures, in terms of rewards, we have already gained a lot from the 33 sky-floating islands. Sword Master nodded. There's no rush. Wait for insect ancestor to come. He will need some time to recover his strength. Dongbuo Shuang said. He doesn't have any incarnations. It should be the ultimate realm insect's regenerative secret technique. This time, after entering Broken Teeth Mountain Range, we went through many sky-floating islands. Because of you, Snow Eagle, our rewards were greater than expected. We also encountered many opportunities. Sword Master said, since I lost my incarnation in my weapon, my strength is similar to yours for the time being. I won't be going to Broken Teeth Mountain Range for now. I'm preparing to go into seclusion and cultivate. I don't have the time to comprehend the opportunities one encountered in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. You're not going? Dongbuo Shuang was surprised. I won't go for now, Sword Master said. Dongbuo Shuang nodded slightly. But I still want to go. I still want to see the other mysterious eyes. Haha, you have many incarnations. If you try a few more times, you might have a chance to see those mysterious eyes. Sword Master laughed. Amen. Dongbuo Shuang nodded. Although the rewards this time were great, Sword Master's incarnation had died, and he had lost an extremely powerful destruction path secret treasure. Sword Master possessed a supreme secret impartation. Coupled with that extremely suitable peak-grade secret treasure, he was undefeatable. Now that he couldn't find a suitable secret treasure, his strength had decreased. With this kind of strength, he no longer had the confidence to fight head-on in the sky-floating islands. He could only rely on luck. In terms of incarnations, Sword Master didn't have as many as Dongbuo Shuang. Even if he lost one, he would have to slowly cultivate another one. Firstly, he didn't want to delay Dongbuo Shuang. Secondly, he wanted to cultivate in peace and absorb the rewards he had gained during this period of time. Sword Master needs to go into seclusion. Insect Ancestor won't be able to recover his strength for the time being. If I rely on myself, I can only rely on my incarnations and the Mirage and Illusory Realm technique. Dongbuo Shuang thought. If it was just because he had many incarnations, he didn't dare to think that he could travel all the way to the core of a sky-floating island. However, with the Mirage and Illusory Realm technique, he was able to sweep across kings. Chapter 1227. Within Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Within a sky-floating island, Dongbuo Shuang was carefully advancing by himself. He was releasing his Mirage and Illusory Realm around him. He was also paying attention to his surroundings. A Death Disaster clansman was observing this weak cultivator from afar. Cultivators suffered from the rejection from the sky-floating island. Hence, No matter how powerful his concealment technique was, the Death Disaster clansman could easily perceive him if he was slightly closer. How? If one were to say that the aura of Insect Ancestor and Sword Master was threatening, that Dongbo Shuang merely had the aura of a level 2 Cosmos God. He was not threatening at all. This Death Disaster clansman's eyes were filled with greed. He wanted to devour this delicious prey in front of him. With a flash, he had already arrived by the side of Dongbo Shuang. But just as he appeared and was about to devour this cultivator, he felt his consciousness trembling. After that, he no longer knew what happened. Pata! He directly fell onto the ground. Dongbo Shuang looked at the fallen Death Disaster clansman. After the soul of this Death Disaster clansman was extinguished, his body dissipated like fog. Dongbo Shuang shook his head inwardly. Ordinary Death Disaster clansmen are like wild beasts, yet they are so powerful. Nature is really mysterious. There was a deduction in the intelligence provided by the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. The natives were rumored to have a strand of chaotic origin lifeform bloodline, and the Death Disaster clan was suspected to be a clan born from dead chaotic origin lifeforms. Their intelligence was much lower than the natives, and the majority were like wild beasts. South Dongbo Shuang continued advancing. This was the first time he ventured into a sky-floating island alone. His luck was not bad. He actually arrived at the core of this sky-floating island without causing any commotion. But when he passed through the outer barrier of the sky-floating island, he naturally alerted the protectors. There is an intruder. There is an outsider. The entire clan's ground immediately went into an uproar. The kings within the clan's ground immediately led their subordinates over. They saw the white-robed young man flying over at high speed. The elites from the Death Disaster clan within the clan's ground felt both shock and disdain. Those who could stay in the clan's ground were not weak. Most of them were relatively intelligent. Such a weak cultivator. And he was lucky enough to come to the clan grounds? There are so many Death Disaster clansmen on the island, yet none of them discovered him? These elites from the Death Destruction clan did not place Dongbo Shuang in their eyes. Because in history, there were cases where Paragon Masters did not bring along any top-graded secret treasures. They merely sent their avatars to test their luck. There were also those who were lucky enough to enter the depths of the floating island. However, it was extremely rare for one to be lucky enough to reach the clan grounds. Eat him! These Death Destruction clansmen were not merciful at all. Even though the cultivators who came would usually collect things that the Death Destruction clan did not fancy, the Death Destruction clan did not allow them to do so. They continued killing and devouring the cultivators. Buzz! The group of Death Disaster clansmen, who had arrived by the side of Dongbo Shuang, abruptly fell onto the ground with a pata. Even that king leading the group had fallen onto the ground in terror. In order to stay awake under Dongbo Shuang's illusions, one had to be at least at the peak of the king class. Clearly, this king in front of them did not have such willpower. But this time, Dongbo Shuang did not start a massacre. He merely caused these Death Destruction clansmen to fall into the illusory realm. He did not destroy their souls. Who? The group of Death Destruction clansmen lost their consciousness. They were controlled by Dongbo Shuang to float in midair, revolving around Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang continued advancing. What happened? Why is this happening? The region of the clan's ground was only so big. Dongbo Shuang's illusory realm was not small. It had enveloped some of the surrounding elites. And in the blink of an eye, there were dozens of Death Destruction elites floating around Dongbo Shuang in deep sleep. Cultivator, you are seeking death. A furious roar sounded. Such a strange situation naturally caused the emperor within the clan's ground to wake up. Dongbo Shuang could already see a surging blood river. The blood river was revolving around a bizarre fruit tree. There was similarly a gray eye at the top of the fruit tree. So. With a thought, Dongbo Shuang released a large number of avatars in all directions. Emperor of the Death Destruction clan, I do not have any malicious intentions coming here. Dongbo Shuang said. These Death Destruction clansmen have merely fallen into a state temporarily. I have yet to kill them. Even as he said that, Dongbo Shuang was in reality memorizing the illusory realm structure within that gray eye. No malicious intentions? This was an expert from the Death Destruction clan that looked like a fat spider. This spider-shaped Death Destruction clansman had a human head. He was currently staring at Dongbo Shuiying. I am here just to search for some materials that I need. These materials are not useful to the Death Destruction clan. Dongbo Shuiying said. Emperor of the Death Destruction clan, you can be rest assured. I will absolutely not touch the treasures your Death Destruction clan cares about. I will immediately leave after collecting the materials. Everything on the sky-floating island belongs to my Death Destruction clan. You are not qualified to bring it away. It is useless to you too. No, you are not qualified to bring it away. That emperor stared at Dongbo Shuiying and roared. Put them down and scram for me. I will spare your life. Dongbo Shuiying was slightly furious. Not even a single material? No way. It is already a favor for me to spare your life. The emperor roared furiously. All right, I'll leave. Dongbo Shuiying gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. But are you really not going to chase after me? Will those Death Destruction clansmen listen to your words? Rest assured, they will listen to what I say. None of them dare to disobey. Scram. The emperor coldly said. Only then did Dongbo Shuiying wave his hand. All the avatars in the distance rapidly converged at this location. As they converged, they naturally delayed for some time. I've memorized everything. Dongbo Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He said so much just to delay for as much time as possible. As long as he memorized the illusory realm structure of that gray eye, he would have succeeded. Pung pung pung. The surrounding sleeping Death Destruction clansmen all fell onto the ground. Dongbo Shuiying rapidly retreated. I hope that emperor will abide by your promise. The emperor coldly watched everything. Reaching his level, his intelligence was considered high. It's just that his birth as a Death Destruction clansman had filled his heart with endless killing intent. Being able to control and let the other party live was already the emperor's bottom line. And he still wanted to bring away a single material? That was an insult to the emperor. On another sky-floating island, they did not die. There were similarly several sleeping Death Destruction clansmen floating around Dongbo Shuiying. In the distance, some Death Destruction clansmen were looking over with terror. They did not dare to get close to Dongbo Shuiying at all. I just need some materials that are useless to your Death Destruction clan. Dongbo Shuiying was still hurriedly saying. He did not have the time to explain himself. Those who invade the territory of the clansmen shall die. An enormous palm tore through the void, covering the entire sky as it slapped down. Madman. With a thought, Dongbo Shuiying immediately killed one of the floating Death Destruction clansmen. He did not kill the others. Pung. This avatar was destroyed. It was just that when Dongbo Shuiying arrived at the clansman ground, he immediately sent out a group of avatars. The other avatars spread out and stared at a distant golden eye. I just need a thought to kill all Death Destruction clansmen. Emperor, don't force me. The 100 avatars around Dongbo Shuiying spoke at the same time. Their voices boomed. There were still sleeping Death Destruction clansmen floating around. Die. That towering emperor felt disdain. To him, he did not care even if all the other Death Destruction clansmen on the sky-floating island died. One had to know that the Death Destruction clansmen would kill and devour each other. Even his subordinates were only part of the emperors. Some emperors did not care about their subordinates at all. And this was when the emperors had sufficiently high intelligence and willpower. Like some kings, they did not care about the lives of their subordinates. What a madman. I am just negotiating. Yet he doesn't even want to negotiate with me? I haven't memorized the illusory realm structure of that mysterious eye. Dongbo Shuiying felt helpless. He knew that since the emperor of that sky-floating island had awakened, he would not sleep for a short period. That sky-floating island was no longer suitable for him to explore. Time passed. Dongbo Shuiying went to many sky-floating islands. At times he would succeed, and at times he would lose more than 100 avatars. But he had more than 10,000 avatars. It was easy for him to refine them back. Some rare treasures that were useful to cultivators could be found deep within the sky-floating islands. It was almost certain that they would be found in the clansman ground. In the blink of an eye, ever since he started acting alone, Dongbo Shuang had explored more than 300 islands. There were only 55 islands where he could successfully enter and return safely. The others had lost their avatars. Clearly, Dongbo Shuang's conditions were very low. There were still some emperors who were willing to spare Dongbo Shuang from death. During these 55 times, there was not a single time where Dongbo Shuang was allowed to collect materials. Dongbo Shuang had only found some rare treasures outside the clansman ground. Adding them up, they were comparable to 2 top-graded secret treasures. No other choice. In the past, with Sword Master around, they could fight head-on with the emperors. But now, Dongbo Shuang could not resist against the emperors at all. Those who could resist against the illusory realm could easily kill him. But, even though many of the sky-floating islands had been destroyed, during the process of being destroyed, quite a number of them had memorized the illusory realm structure of that mysterious eye. There were more than 300 islands. Dongbo Shuang had completely memorized the illusory realm structure of the mysterious eye. There were 102 of them. Including the 33 that he had discovered previously, there were a total of 135 mysterious eyes. And according to the information provided by the Blood Flame clan, he had already explored more than half of the sky-floating islands with the mysterious eyes. At this moment, Dongbo Shuang stopped exploring. Fan Clan Magic Mountain, under the short burning heart god tree, a white-robed young man sat cross-legged. At this moment, Dongbo Shuang had all his avatars focused on comprehending the illusory realm. The reason why he stopped exploring was because he had entered a state of enlightenment. Among the 135 mysterious eyes illusory realm structure, there were 82 gray eyes and 53 golden eyes. The quantity of these illusory realms was so high that Dongbo Shuang fell into a state of enlightenment. He focused on comprehending and was not disturbed by the outside world. And in his heart, a unique illusory realm was gradually forming. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 12:28. As he fell into a state of enlightenment, inspiration kept appearing. This unique illusory realm was also being replenished. Countless laws and profound mysteries were fused into it. The mirage and illusory realm techniques that Dongbo Shuang executed in the past had never been this complicated. But this time, after accumulating so much and seeing the illusory realm constructed by the mysterious eyes, he had sunk into a frenzy. This state of enlightenment lasted for a total of 100,000 years, until that huge illusory realm was completely formed in his heart. Wang, a disc-shaped, hazy illusory world appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was beautiful and resplendent. Furthermore, its existence made Dongbo Shuang's soul more condensed. After absorbing the heart blood of myriad tentacles dragon mother, Dongbo Shuang's soul had improved for the first time. The Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm was also a Tao of the soul. As it improved, it would also improve one's understanding of the essence of the soul. This improvement would naturally transform the soul. I actually created such an illusory realm. Dongbo Shuang could feel the illusory realm condensed from the laws in his consciousness. He could not help but feel astonished and disbelief. This was created by me? Perfection. At this moment, Dongbo Shuang's soul actually felt a vague sense of perfection. His soul and fleshy body were mutually nourishing each other. His fleshy body actually felt a gradual improvement. In the past, it was the fleshy body that nurtured the soul. At this moment, I actually feel my soul influencing my fleshy body, making my fleshy body stronger? Dongbo Shuang was incomparably startled. In the past, he could not improve his fleshy body no matter what. After all, by relying on the chaotic origin Tao scroll created by Emperor Summer and the supreme secret impartation he obtained, the chaotic origin refinement body allowed his fleshy body to be comparable to the final realm in body cultivation. Now his fleshy body had improved once again. This time, it was caused by his soul. This time, the illusory realm I created has a partial feeling of perfection. Dongbo Shuang was startled. But he understood that this was merely a vague feeling. It was because he had absorbed some of the mysterious aspects of the illusory realm structure, from the gray eyes and golden eyes, that he created this illusory realm. If my Tao of mirage and illusory realm reaches the final realm, I'm afraid my soul will be truly perfected. Dongbo Shuang had an epiphany. At this moment, he could vaguely feel a sense of perfection. It was like searching for flowers in the fog. He could vaguely feel the realm he was in. Once his soul was perfected, he was afraid that many mystical changes would occur. Under the burning heart divine tree, Dongbo Shuang sat cross-legged. His heart was pounding, and he was looking forward to the perfection of his soul. But he remained calm. I have reached the apex in the Tao of soul across the entire realm heart great land. Moreover, I've already seen through the direction, and I've even touched upon perfection. As long as I spend enough time, I'll definitely be able to reach the final realm, definitely. That time, he had saved countless lives and freed them from the control of the Holy Master. Their souls had regained their freedom. That time, he had seen the direction. This time, he took another step forward and touched upon perfection. He even used the gains from the mysterious eyes to create an unprecedented illusion realm killer move. This world is too beautiful. Dongbo Shuang could not help but have a thought. The mirage cosmos in his body immediately transformed. It followed the newly comprehended illusory world structure to alter the entire mirage cosmos. Being the creator, with a thought, the mirage cosmos underwent a huge transformation. It actually expanded once again, and the flow of time within the mirage cosmos became faster. Many sentient beings were reproducing and cultivating within, of which there were many outstanding geniuses appearing. This illusory world gives me the urge to enter it. Dongbo Shuang thought. This illusory world technique, let's call it illusory world resplendent. Dongbo Shuang thought. The world was resplendent and all-encompassing. Even cosmos gods would fall into it. Broken Teeth Mountain Range, another sky-floating island. Dongbo Shuang was flying alone within the sky-floating island. A vast and resplendent illusory world had already spread around him, covering a region of 150 million kilometers. For Dongbo Shuang to be able to maintain such a huge region under the suppression of the sky-floating island, one could see how powerful this illusory realm technique of Dongbo Shuang was. This was the first killing technique he created in the Tao of mirage and illusory realm. Even Dongbo Shuang himself could not tell how strong it was. He could vaguely sense that it should have reached the third level in power. It even gave off a feeling of perfection. The true power of this technique could only be verified through actual combat. Who is that? Why are there so many Death Disaster clansmen floating around him? Some experts from the Death Disaster clan saw a white-robed young man with a group of sleeping Death Disaster clansmen floating around him. A region of 150 million kilometers was huge. Those sleeping around Dongbo Shuang were all enveloped by the illusory realm. Naturally, they fell for the technique. They did not even have the time to discover Dongbo Shuang. And this expert was the first to discover Dongbo Shuang. He could see it from a distance of a few 100 million kilometers away. South, this winged Death Disaster clansman immediately teleported furiously towards Dongbo Shuang. Following that, Pada. He also fell asleep. He floated by the side of Dongbo Shuang. Just like that, Dongbo Shuang arrived at the clan's ground. Wang. The entire clan's ground was approximately 500 million kilometers. Dongbo Shuang's illusory realm domain had enveloped a small half of it. The moment he touched the illusory realm, large batches of those Death Disaster clansmen fell into deep sleep. They could not resist at all. The other experts from the Death Disaster clan, outside the illusory realm domain, saw their clansmen falling into deep sleep. They were so frightened that they immediately went to wake up their emperor. Who dares to intrude into the clan's ground? The emperor was a four-hoofed mutated beast with enormous black wings. Its scarlet eyes were staring at Dongbo Shuang. Its huge body was like a small mountain, and its aura was overwhelming. There were more than 10,000 Death Disaster clansmen floating around Dongbo Shuang. Naturally, Dongbo Shuang was being merciful. Even some of the Death Disaster clansmen, who did not have much intelligence, simply fell into his illusory realm. Emperor of the Death Disaster clan. I am here without any malicious intent. Dong Buishuang said. He was deliberately delaying for time. His domain was too big, and he had long discovered that gray eye on this sky-floating island. This gray eye was also located at the top of a unique plant. He was observing and memorizing. Without any malicious intent, you actually allowed so many Death Disaster clansmen to be controlled by you? The emperor growled. He was slightly wary since he could not discern the strength of this white-robed young man in front of him. That's right. In the past, the Death Disaster clansmen could at least sense the level 2 cosmos god aura of Dong Buishuang. But now, he was constantly maintaining this terrifying illusory realm. Under their senses, even Dong Buishuang himself was part of the illusory realm. They could not sense his aura at all. With more than 10,000 Death Disaster clansmen floating around, even the emperor felt slightly apprehensive. He was not unparalleled. There were 8 great sages amongst the chaotic origin life forms. There were even supremes amongst the natives. Being the emperor of this sky-floating island, his intelligence was incredibly high. He disdained the pleas of the weak. But when facing an expert, he felt restraining fear instead. They aren't dead. They are merely sleeping. I came here just to collect some materials. As Dong Buishuang spoke, he was also memorizing it. After a while, he finally memorized the entire structure of the illusory realm within that gray eye. Even though he had created his first killing technique, there was still a huge gap when compared to the illusory realm of that mysterious eye. All right. Dong Buishuang looked at the distant emperor, who was on high alert. I still have a very important matter. The emperor said solemnly. I've already allowed you to collect a type of material and leave. Is there anything else? I want to fight with you and see the gap between our strength. Dong Buishuang chuckled. Fight. The emperor, who had been enduring for a long time, finally became infuriated. The temper of the Death Disaster clan was not good. It was only afraid of an expert. Hence, it was willing to pay some materials it did not care about to let this mysterious white-robed young man leave. And now, it actually wanted to fight? You are seeking death. This enormous black-winged four-hooved mutated beast, that was the size of a small mountain, roared. It directly pounced towards Dong Buishuang. Hong. The illusory realm that was intentionally shrinking suddenly expanded at this moment, enveloping that emperor within. The scarlet eyes of the emperor immediately widened. It revealed a look of struggle, but following that, its wings softened and drooped down. Its eyes also dimmed. Its enormous body floated in midair before falling into a deep sleep. Dong Buishuang let out a sigh of relief. I really succeeded? If not, it would have slapped me to death with a single slap. He had prepared himself for the possibility of his avatar being destroyed. And the outcome was, at least, this sky-floating island. It was swept away by him, including that emperor. Times. Chapter 1229. A sky-floating island was completely swept away. This was a miracle that no cultivator in Realm Heart Great Land had ever achieved. Even Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor could only fight to a draw with an emperor. It was too far-fetched to kill an emperor. It was possible for Undying Underworld Emperor to refine a Death Walker, though he did not succeed. Across the entire Realm Heart Great Land, only Dong Buishuang could achieve this. This was a killing technique from the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. It directly targeted the soul and willpower. Soul techniques were terrifying. Even Supreme-graded Secret Importation, Supreme-graded Secret Treasures, Death Walkers, and others were useless against it. Because when facing against a soul technique, one could only rely on one's soul. Even if one could resist against it, he would have to divert some of his heart force. Otherwise, he would fall into oblivion. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. The first time I entered Broken Teeth Mountain Range, my illusory realm had reduced the strength of that sky-floating island's emperor by 30%. Dong Buishuang thought. And now, I've finally created a great killing technique. It even gives off a partial feeling of grand perfection, yet it could cause an ordinary emperor to fall into oblivion. The opponent he chose to test was also at the standard of an ordinary emperor, according to the intelligence provided by the Blood Flame clan. This was also the standard of the most commonly seen emperors across the sky-floating islands in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. My illusory realm killing technique is most effective in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Looking at the large number of Death Disaster clansmen floating around him, and that enormous emperor who was floating in slumber, Dongbo Shuang was in high spirits. After being swept away by him, he would be able to take all the treasures on this sky-floating island. Not just this sky-floating island. There are many other sky-floating islands too. Dongbo Shuang was looking forward to it. Since he could sweep away this island, it meant he could sweep away many other sky-floating islands too. It was only in Broken Teeth Mountain Range that he could be this happy. In terms of resisting the illusory realm, cultivators were the strongest. The natives were much weaker, and the Death Disaster clan was even weaker. For instance, cultivators had reached the final realm in a Dao, reaching grand perfection. All of their souls were powerful, and their willpower had reached an unfathomable stage. Even though Dongbo Shui Ying's illusory world killer move was powerful, it even felt partially perfected. However, Dongbo Shuang reckoned that if he were to deal with a cultivator in the ultimate stage, the possibility of him directly sinking into depravity would be relatively low. He would only need to divert a portion of the cultivator's attention. It's already very powerful, be it an ordinary final realm expert, or an invincible existence. Against my illusion realm killer move, they would suffer. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself. Eternal Night Primogenitor, Ancestor Fan, Moonflower Monarch and the others. Their soul will was no different from an ordinary final realm cultivator. With the help of illusions, Dongbo Shuang was also doing his best to obtain some information from the slumbering emperor consciousness. Aren't the Death Disaster clan too foolish? How can the information be so rough? He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but the moment he did, he was shocked. This Death Destruction clan was truly a unique clan. The majority of the Death Destruction clan members were like wild beasts with low intelligence. The remaining elites of the Death Destruction clan might have some intelligence, but they were still barbaric and only knew how to eat, fight, and kill. Amongst them were the apex kings and emperors. Only then did they gain some understanding of the outside world. They knew about the surrounding native worlds, the fame of the 5 supremes, and the 8 great sages. For instance, the natives had very detailed information on some sky-floating islands. As for the Death Destruction clan, they had very vague information on the surrounding areas. They only had an approximate understanding of the strength of their superpowers. This was also because the emperor would occasionally go out to hunt and devour. His plan of obtaining detailed information from the Death Destruction clan had failed completely. Dongbo Shuang still managed to collect some precious treasures from this sky-floating island. In the following days, he went to many sky-floating islands. He wanted to visit all the sky-floating islands with mysterious eyes recorded in the information given by the Blood Flame clan. He even attempted to visit some sky-floating islands that he failed to visit previously, because this time, he relied on his strength to fight. On a sky-floating island, only the emperor could maintain his consciousness when facing against Dongbo Shui Ying's illusory realm killer move. Ordinary emperors might be comparable in strength, but their willpower differed. Some with stronger willpower could maintain a strand of consciousness, but they could still slap Dongbo Shuang to death with a single palm, because as long as they maintained a strand of consciousness, given their terrifying fleshy bodies, they could unleash 10% to 20% of their strength. That was sufficient to easily kill Dongbo Shui Ying's avatar. And those with weaker willpower would not be able to resist and fall into oblivion. Even for those who could maintain a strand of consciousness, Dongbo Shuang would usually control the life and death of a large group of Death Destruction clansmen to negotiate with the emperors. He was deliberately delaying for time. Hence, even if the avatars were killed in the end, most would first memorize the illusory realm structure of the mysterious eyes. In the blink of an eye, in just half a year, out of the 522 sky-floating islands where the mysterious eyes were recorded, Dongbo Shuiying had successfully memorized the illusory realm structure of 506 mysterious eyes. Of them, 329 were gray eyes, and 177 were golden eyes. Even though he had memorized so many, in reality, many of them were deliberately delaying for time. In the end, more than 200 sky-floating islands could maintain a strand of consciousness. If I brought my chaotic origin weapon Azure River over here, I could get more treasures. Dongbo Shuiying thought. Those emperors could only maintain a strand of consciousness at 10% to 20% of their strength. If Dongbo Shuiying had his chaotic origin weapon, Azure River, he could survive. Naturally, he could collect more treasures if he could survive. It's just that firstly, he did not dare to gamble. It would be terrible if he lost his chaotic origin weapon. Secondly, he did not care too much about the treasures. With his illusory realm killing technique, he could be considered the #1 cultivator across the entire realm Heart Great Land when it came to collecting treasures. Furthermore, all sorts of precious treasures would become meaningless once they reached a certain level. The cultivation realm was the foundation. I'm willing to use those treasures to exchange for my Tao of Void to reach the final realm. Dongbo Shuiying sighed inwardly. Even though he stood at an incredibly high level in the soul technique aspect, and was an ultra-powerful expert in the Broken Teeth mountain range, he still desired to reach the final realm in his Tao of Void, because only by reaching the final realm could he escape with his friends and family before the origin world was destroyed. Final realm. My Tao of Void has already created 5 great killing techniques and a supreme secret impartation. When will I be able to reach the final realm? Dongbo Shuiying thought. Perhaps it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. He had explored more than 500 islands. He had also experienced quite a few opportunities in the Tao of Void. It's just that because he had been exploring, he could not cultivate slowly. For instance, Swordmaster was currently in closed-door cultivation. Before leaving the Broken Teeth mountain range, I should pay a visit to that good friend of mine, Starlight World Master. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. That time when Undying Underworld Emperor attacked the Feishua city, Starlight World Master had stood out to help him. So, with a teleportation, Shuiying traversed through a great distance and arrived at one of the many worlds belonging to the natives, the Starlight World. That time, that Starlight World Master had once transmitted to Dongbo Shuiying the location of the Starlight World. Furthermore, Dongbo Shuiying had explored many sky-floating islands and collected some simple intelligence from the fallen emperors. At the very least, he was able to find out the distribution of worlds. The Starlight World was also a relatively famous natives' world. Chapter 1230. The native worlds were hidden in the void and could not be seen by the naked eye. However, Dongbo Shuiying was an expert in the Tao of Void. Naturally, he was able to detect these hidden worlds. South, the white-robed teenager Shuiying appeared in the void. He looked at the distant floating sky island that was the size of a sesame seed. He nodded slightly. Using the floating sky island as a reference, this hidden world in front of me is the Starlight World. South, his figure flashed, and he easily entered a hidden world. The Starlight World was a vast land. Unlike the suppression of the floating island, the suppression in the Starlight World was extremely low. One could execute the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique with a thought. After Dongbo Shuiying entered the Starlight World, he swept his gaze and saw some collapsed buildings. There were also ravines in the surroundings and deep pits and ruins in the distant forest. There seems to be a war here. Dongbo Shuiying did not find it strange. He only thought that the natives of a world would have conflicts. He released his void domain and sensed from afar. The Starlight World did not reject him. Instead, it instantly enveloped the entire Starlight World. At the center of this vast land, there was an extremely dense starlight energy gathering. It also rejected all probing. Dongbo Shuiying's void domain was also rejected, but outside the region enveloped by the starlight, there were many large ships floating in the air. The guards standing on the ships were emitting lightning auras. According to what I know, the natives are divided into clans based on their bloodline. Dongbo Shuang thought. For example, the Blood Flame clan has a very powerful ancestor with the Blood Flame bloodline. Furthermore, the entire clan is researching on the method to awaken the Blood Flame bloodline. By the same logic, the Starlight clan should have the densest bloodline in their bodies. They should also mainly cultivate the Starlight bloodline. But these people emitting lightning auras are clearly not from the Starlight clan. What exactly is going on? Dongbo Shuang executed his Destruction Realm teleportation technique and observed from afar. At the core of the Starlight world, there was a continuous chain of buildings that was extremely beautiful. There were also large groups of people gathered there. With a single glance, one could see that there were over 100 million members of the Starlight world gathered there. Moreover, the surroundings were protected by dense starlight. However, that starlight was isolated by spatial restrictions. It was none other than the spatial restrictions unleashed by the enormous ships floating in the surroundings. The Starlight world encountered a powerful foe? Dongbo Shuang was no fool. With a single glance, he could tell that it was another indigenous race that was attacking the Starlight world. Strange. Last time, when I encountered the Blood Flame clan, I heard from Blood Flame Ji that their homeland had been occupied, and they had to flee miserably. Why would the Starlight race be attacked as well? From the looks of it, the internal strife of the Aboriginals is quite intense. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself. Thinking about it, it was normal. It was so small that there was internal strife within a family. There were indeed fights everywhere. Whoosh! With a single step, Dongbo Shuang had already arrived outside of the spatial restriction. Coincidentally, there was a guard that was emitting lightning aura patrolling there. The moment he saw the white-robed young man, he shouted, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Dongbo Shuang smiled. An illusion had already enveloped this pitiful little guard. He had purposely teleported to the side of this guard. This guard was very weak, and was only at the primal chaos realm. The willpower of the Aboriginals was even weaker than cultivators. Dongbo Shuang could easily flip through his memories. The moment he flipped through his memories, he found out that this guard was from the Thunder Snake race. He had followed Sovereign Thunder Snake to attack the Starlight world. He wanted to annihilate the Starlight race and occupy this world. Annihilate a race? So ruthless? Dongbo Shuang was slightly shocked. Who dares to invade my Thunder Snake race? On a huge ship not far away, someone had already discovered that something was amiss. Dongbo Shuang glanced at the group of experts charging over. With a thought, "Esila." A black crack flashed. Dongbo Shuang then entered the core of the Starlight world through the black crack. So. That large group of experts surged over. Who is that white-robed young man? Why did he suddenly disappear? Where did he go? He seems to have executed the Great Destruction Realm teleportation. I wonder where he went. These experts were extremely solemn. They immediately turned to that pitiful guard who had just woken up and began questioning him. Because that guard was merely acting on orders and wasn't a devil, Dongbo Shuang naturally did not kill him. The Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique had directly entered the core of the Starlight world. Naturally, it alarmed a large group of experts. Who entered? Those 5 races. Do they dare to kill their way in and exterminate our Starlight world? More than half of them will die. A large group of peak experts from the Starlight world rushed over. They immediately saw the white-robed young man standing on the grass with a smile. Dongbo Shuang had a smile on his face as he looked at the starlight-robed man leading the group of experts. Starlight World Lord, I came to Broken Teeth Mountain Range and decided to pay you a visit. This large group of experts was somewhat puzzled as they looked at their leader. Lord, you know him? Who is he? Even I can't see through his aura. Lord, what is his origin? These higher-ups, whether they were the elders or the important generals, were all on high alert. Dongbo Shuang was stunned. Ever since he comprehended the Mirage and Illusory Realm Killer move, his aura had also become illusory. Others couldn't see through it. It had become his instinct in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Following that, Dongbo Shuang slightly revealed his true aura. Starlight World Lord chuckled when he saw that. Fellow cultivators, rest assured. This is a good friend from the realm Heart Great Land. I have once mentioned him before, Monarch Feishue. Oh, Monarch Feishue? He is the one who saved the princess, Monarch Feishue. They were enlightened. Monarch Feishue, previously, I invited you to my Starlight World. Who would have thought that it would be such a scene? I am ashamed. Starlight World Lord smiled bitterly. He then said, Monarch Feishue, please come to my residence. All right. Dongbo Shuang followed over. Starlight World, within the monarch residence. Starlight World Lord brought along his wife and daughter. He was accompanied by 2 elders, as he invited Dongbo Shuang to a banquet. This daughter of mine is too daring and unbridled. It is also because she is too curious about the realm Heart Great Land, that she stealthily left the Starlight World, and entered the realm Heart Great Land. Starlight World Lord looked at his daughter and snorted. Who would have thought that she would meet a great devil the moment she entered the realm Heart Great Land? Fortunately, Monarch Feishue, in the past, you transformed into Heaven's Will Taoist and killed that devil, saving her life. Dongbo Shuang was enlightened. Many thanks for saving my life, Monarch. The daughter of Starlight Master obediently thanked. It's a minor matter. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. A plump silver-haired old man by the side added. Monarch Feishue coincidentally saved the princess. This is also fate. My Starlight clan will always repay kindness. Starlight Master sighed. Monarch Feishue, since you came to the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, my Starlight clan should have helped you. It's just that you can see that my Starlight clan can't even take care of itself. AI. It is best for Monarch Feishue to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you were to be implicated by my Starlight clan, we would be letting Monarch down. What exactly is going on? Dongbo Shuang asked in bewilderment. Why would the Starlight World be attacked? Previously when I met the Blood Flame clan, they were also attacked. Their hometown was occupied, and they could only flee for their lives. This is all because of Great Emperor North River. Starlight Master said, I know about the Blood Flame clan. They are also not willing to be enslaved by Great Emperor North River. That was why they were attacked. Even Brother Blood Flame died on the spot. I've heard that only Blood Flame G managed to escape with some people. My Starlight clan is similarly not willing to be enslaved by Great Emperor North River. Humph. Another black-faced elder snorted coldly from the side. If he wants to wipe out my Starlight clan, a large number of subordinates sent by Great Emperor North River will die. I do want to see how many subordinates Great Emperor North River has that he is willing to sacrifice. It's better to die in battle than to be enslaved by him. The plump silver-haired elder nonchalantly added. Starlight Master turned to Dongbo Shuang. Monarch Feishue, there is no need for you to ask any further. After eating, I'll pass you some information regarding the sky-floating island. You should leave as soon as possible, and not be implicated by us. Chapter 1231. Starlight Master should know that I have many avatars. Why would I be afraid of being implicated? Dongbo Shuang chuckled. Starlight Master was momentarily stunned when he heard that. He then laughed out loud. Yes, Monarch Feishue, you have many avatars. Since you wish to know, I'll tell you in detail. You should know that there are 2 great supremes in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Of the 5 great supremes, 3 came from the Death Destruction clan, and 2 from the natives. According to rumors, the 5 great supremes were incredibly powerful. Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor would lose their lives when facing them. 2 autarchs. The vast territory of the natives of the Broken Teeth Mountain Range was split into 2, each governed by the 2 autarchs. The Starlight Master said, Our Starlight World is also governed by Autarch Vast Ancient. Supreme Vast Ancient originally had 5 great emperors under him. These 5 great emperors are incredibly powerful. They are roughly at the low-graded chaotic origin life-form level of the 8 great sages. Even though they do not have heaven-defying survival capabilities as chaotic origin lifeforms, they are just one level weaker than Supremes. Starlight Master said. The relationship between the Supremes and them is very subtle. Dongbo Shuang nodded. The 5 great emperors were just one level weaker than Supreme Vast Ancient. Without a sufficient gap, the deterrence they had was limited. Supreme Vast Ancient is too high up. He is only focused on becoming a true chaotic origin life form. He is too lazy to manage the miscellaneous matters. Everything is managed by the 5 great emperors. Nevertheless, not too long ago, Great Emperor Glorious Earth died, Starlight Master said. For some unknown reason, the region that Great Emperor Glorious Earth once managed has a wager. It was still hosted by Supreme Vast Ancient. In the end, Great Emperor North River defeated 3 of the final 4 Great Emperors. Hence, the region that Great Emperor Glorious Earth once controlled became his. And our Starlight World, the previous Blood Flame World, and many other worlds belong to the region that Great Emperor Glorious Earth once controlled. Great Emperor Glorious Earth has a lot of freedom. We are also living a carefree life. And Great Emperor North River is tyrannical and ruthless. He only wants to enslave us, forcing us to fight and sacrifice our lives for him. Starlight Master sneered. Great Emperor North River is currently the strongest of the 4 monarchs. Even Supreme Vast Ancient didn't care about this at all. We can only struggle on our own. If they want to destroy my Starlight World clan, they will have to sacrifice a large number of their subordinates. But honestly speaking, given the personality of Great Emperor North River, I doubt he would care about the lives of his subordinates. Starlight Master softly shook his head. The 2 elders at the side, his wife and daughter, were all silent. The pressure from Great Emperor North River engulfed the entire Starlight World clan. Everyone understood how difficult it was to make Great Emperor North River give up on his plans of conquering them. Understood. Dongbo Shuang nodded lightly. In his hometown's origin world, a sacred lord could control countless lives with his soul. For the sake of obtaining the bestowment from the supreme law, the Destruction Devil Emperor June wanted to commit a great act of destruction. For the sake of their own path, many experts did not care about other lives, even if they were of the same race. From the perspective of the natives, the Realm Heart Great Land similarly had a race, the Cultivator race. It was different for the cultivators. They fought madly. Undying Underworld Emperor even wanted to sacrifice the lives of 15 nations. Because of his selfishness, he wants to bring calamity to countless beings. He is yet another devil. Dongbo Shuang softly muttered. His eyes were filled with coldness. Starlight Master was startled when he heard that. The eyes of that princess brightened when she heard that. They knew the temper of Dongbo Shuang. For the sake of intimidating the devils, he chose to fight against all devils in the entire Realm Heart Great Land by himself. Younger brother Feishue, Starlight Master grabbed the hands of Dongbo Shuang. Don't act recklessly. Rest assured, I won't. Whatever I do, I will act according to my own strength. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. Yes, we should act according to our own strength. Starlight Master shook his head. But we are overestimating ourselves if we want to resist against Great Emperor North River. We can only try our best to delay for time. Many worlds in the region ruled by Great Emperor Glorious Earth are resisting. I believe that as time passes, changes will occur. Just as this welcoming banquet was halfway through. Intense ripples appeared. They fought their way in again. Starlight Master's expression changed. Younger brother Feishue, stay here for a moment. Let us go. Starlight Master immediately brought the 2 elders out. With a flash they disappeared. Dongbo Shuang stood up in bewilderment. He followed after them. The capital of the Starlight clan wasn't huge, because their population was much smaller than the cultivators. Currently, outside a certain city gate, many huge ships were parked in midair. A group of experts from other clans stood on the ships, overlooking the capital of the Starlight clan. Starlight, who is that white-robed young man who came previously? On a huge ship, an ugly man with scarlet-red skin and scarlet-red hair shouted. I can sense that the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique had entered your main city. Your Starlight clan has been trapped for so long, yet there are still outsiders who dare to enter. Fire Pupa. Do you think your Fire Pupa clan is qualified to control who enters my Starlight clan? Starlight Master raged. Behind him were a total of 9 elders, and a group of peak experts. Humph. The Great Emperor has already promised that once we attack the Starlight world, this world will belong to my Fire Pupa clan. Now that we have occupied 99% of it, I naturally have the qualifications to control it. The ugly male waved his hand. Since you are so foolish, attack. Destroy the Starlight capital for me. Yes. Instantly, a total of 15 figures charged out. There was a fiery red-skinned figure, a lightning figure, a snake-tailed human figure, an 8-armed giant or a 3-eyed man. The peak experts from the 5 great clans joined hands and attacked. Attack. Again. Kill. With the 9 elders at the lead, they led a group of experts from the Starlight world and charged out of the capital to engage in battle. Battle formations were formed one after another as they fought frenziedly. Boom. 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 The heaven and earth trembled. The might rumbled. The commotion created by the large group of experts from both sides had surpassed that of unparalleled existences. Starlight Master watched coldly. He did not dare to intervene because the 5 great commanders from the other 5 clans had yet to act. Fortunately, this was his hometown. By relying on the strength of his clan, he was slightly stronger than the other 5 commanders. Attack again. A snake-tailed human girl ordered. At that moment, another team charged out. For a moment, the experts from the 5 clans held the upper hand. Suddenly, the light in the entire Starlight capital converged on the bodies of the 9 elders and the experts from the Starlight clan. Truly a madman. Starlight Master felt furious when he saw that. Every time the 5 clans launched a large-scale attack, they would only retreat after losing some experts. He also knew that these experts under Great Emperor North River were used to the strong preying on the weak. Perhaps, losing some experts in such battles was a way for them to train and select the stronger ones. It's just that the Starlight world originally had a total of 18 elders, and now, only half remained. Mother. That princess and her mother watched anxiously from afar. Not just them. Many members of the Starlight clan were watching anxiously. Those who were fighting were existences standing at the peak of the entire Starlight clan. And these ordinary clansmen were much weaker. Once the elders and commanders could not hold on, weak clansmen like them could be easily swept away and killed. Who can come and save us? When will such days end? These ordinary clansmen were panicking. They could only wait for the judgment of fate. Amen? Dongbua Shuiying, who had been watching from the side, had a slight change in expression. Not good. One of the elders from the Starlight clan was already heavily injured. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer. Yet Starlight Master was still standing there without acting. Is he afraid of the 5 commanders and doesn't wish to incite a huge chaotic battle? Dongbua Shuiying softly shook his head. Starlight Master had treated him with kindness and stood out to help him at the crucial moment. Who? With a thought, Dongbua Shuiying sent out a thought. A huge illusion instantly shrouded the group of experts from both sides who were fighting each other. Pata pata pata. The eyes of the experts from both sides dimmed. All of them stopped fighting and fell to the ground. What happened? The Starlight World Master, his wife and daughter, and the large group of clansmen from the Starlight clan were stunned. The experts from the 5 clans on the distant ship were stunned as well. Who? With a thought, Dongbua Shuiying teleported the 2 groups of experts who had fallen into the illusory realm into the main city. Among them, the 9 elders and many other experts of the Starlight clan awakened, while the experts from the 5 clans remained in the illusory realm. Starlight Master, temporarily lock up the experts from the 5 clans. Dongbua Shuiying spoke. There's no need to be ruthless. They are only soldiers following orders. At this moment, the clansmen from the Starlight clan and the experts from the 5 clans on the ships outside the city looked at the white-robed young man in disbelief. Since old brother Feishue is benevolent, I won't be ruthless. Starlight Master's eyes lit up. He felt his entire body heating up. His heart, which had always been filled with despair, was now filled with strength. His blood was boiling as his voice grew louder. Lock them up and listen to old brother Feishua. Don't harm their lives. They are only soldiers. Chapter 1232. Yes, Monarch. Of the 9 awakened elders, a short and plump elder took out a jade vase that was emitting starlight. He opened the cork, and at that moment, a devouring force enveloped those experts from the 5 clans who were in deep sleep. All of them were sucked into the vase. Only then did this short and plump elder close the cork in excitement. He immediately reported, "Monarch, a total of 30 experts from the 5 clans have been imprisoned. We did not harm any of them." This short and plump elder's voice was exceptionally loud. It reverberated across the entire Starlight capital. Even the experts from the 5 clans on the battleships outside the city could hear it clearly. The experts from the 5 clans looked at that white-robed young man, who was currently being escorted by Starlight Master passionately. How could this be? The apex experts chosen by our 5 clans have all fallen for the technique in an instant. It seems to be a soul technique. The naked eye could not see the enemy attacking. The 30 great experts on their side had all softened and fallen into deep sleep. This was unquestionably a soul technique. Such a technique made the experts from the 5 clans tremble, because those who were sent out were experts who were second only to the 5 commanders. Many protectors on the battleships were comparatively weaker. They believed that a similar large-scale soul technique could wipe them out in one fell swoop. Did they not see that a large group of experts from the Starlight world had fallen previously? Clearly, numbers were meaningless in front of such a technique. What should we do? Elder Fuchin fell for the technique without resisting at all. Who among us can resist against it? This attack is too frightening. The experts from the 5 clans were alarmed, and the 5 commanders were similarly uneasy. They looked at each other on their battleships, and were discussing with one another. 4 elder brothers, Elder Fuchin, and the others have fallen for the technique without resisting at all. The 5 of us have stepped into the Emperor realm. Compared to them, our souls have undergone a qualitative transformation. I believe we won't fall into a deep sleep, that snake-tailed girl transmitted. I've never heard of anyone in many worlds, including those from the Death Destruction clan, who could make emperors fall into a deep sleep. That's right. It's impossible to make us fall for it. We have all stepped into the Emperor realm. They were discussing with one another. Emperors, no matter if it was the Death Destruction clan or the natives, they could be said to be at the highest level. The legendary supreme martial artist was only at the peak of the martial emperor realm. For example, His Royal Highness Shui Yingji, whom Dongbua Shui Ying had met in the past, had not reached the emperor level yet. Therefore, he was unable to fight against the great elder on the floating island. Only by reaching the monarch level would one have the qualifications to become the undisputed leader of a clan. However, many experts were instantly hit. This white-robed youth's soul technique is extremely terrifying. Although we can resist it, I'm afraid that our strength will drop by 30 to 40%. The snake-tailed woman continued transmitting. In the Starlight world, the Starlight Master borrowed the strength of his race to greatly increase his strength. One of them can barely hold off the 5 of us. If the white-robed young man's soul technique causes our strength to be greatly reduced, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Starlight Master. Right now, we no longer have enough of an advantage. Retreat. Retreat first and report this to the Empyrean Lord. The experts of the 5 races were somewhat uneasy and had no fighting spirit at all. Very soon, so one by one, the ships left through the void. Starlight Master. A dimmed figure remained in midair. It was the incarnation of that snake-tailed woman. She said, "The few of us are here under the orders of Great Emperor North River. It is best if you release our people then. There's no need to say any more." Starlight Master directly interrupted her. He roared, "Since you have been captured alive by us, we will naturally not release you. During this period, you have attacked our Starlight world, causing many clansmen of my Starlight clan to die. It is already benevolent of us not to kill the captives. I hope you all will obediently retreat. If you dare to attack again, don't blame us for being merciless." The snake-tailed woman stared at Starlight Master. She understood that the 5 clans were too ruthless when they attacked previously. They were all obeying the orders of Great Emperor North River to wipe out the Starlight clan. Since they wanted to wipe out the entire clan, they would naturally not show any mercy. And now, it would be very difficult for the other party to return the captives. "I wonder what are the conditions for you all to agree to release them," the snake-tailed woman said. "As long as Great Emperor North River personally issues an edict, and you send it over, it must be written clearly. From then on, my Starlight clan will no longer listen to the orders of Great Emperor North River. We are also forbidden from attacking our Starlight world," Starlight Master said. As long as it was an edict personally written by Great Emperor North River, Great Emperor North River would not disobey it for the sake of his reputation. "This request of yours is really high," the snake-tailed woman muttered. Given the temper of Great Emperor North River, how could he possibly issue such an edict? "The conditions are here. You all can choose for yourselves," Starlight Master roared. "Now, you should leave the Starlight world." Saying that, Starlight Master waved his sleeves. "Who?" The distant void swept out. The incarnation of that snake-tailed woman directly dissipated. She remained silent as she faced everything. With the strength of Starlight Master, he could clearly sense that the enemies had left the Starlight world. "The experts from the 5 clans have all left," Starlight Master announced. "The enemies have all retreated. We won. They have retreated. They have retreated. Finally, we have finally won." Many clansmen from the Starlight clan within the capital cheered excitedly, even though they knew that this was only a temporary crisis. But even if it was a temporary victory, it was something they had been waiting for far too long. Furthermore, they still had important captives in their hands. Those captives were almost half the apex experts from the 5 clans. With such a batch of captives, the 5 clans would definitely hold back from attacking. Great Emperor North River might not care about the lives of his subordinates, but the commanders of the 5 clans were considered higher-ups under Great Emperor North River. They had many friends, and the other subordinates of Great Emperor North River had to give them some face. It was impossible for them to continue attacking while risking the lives of the captives, unless Great Emperor North River gave the order. "We have captured the captives. Furthermore, younger brother Feishue is here too." Starlight Master looked at Dongbu Shuiying. He was incredibly excited. "Younger brother Feishue, I would have never thought that you would save my entire clan at this moment after I helped you out with a slight effort." Dongbu Shuiying chuckled. "To me, it is similarly a slight effort." Starlight Master chuckled when he heard that. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll remember this great favor. Oh right, when you executed your technique previously, even the experts from my Starlight clan fell for it. Could it be that you could not differentiate between friend and foe?" No, how could I not differentiate between friend and foe?" Dongbu Shuiying shook his head and chuckled. "The techniques we cultivators execute are incredibly exquisite. It is impossible for us to make such a mistake. The reason why everyone fell for it was because I was worried that I would act against the experts from the 5 clans. It would be a pity if the experts from the Starlight clan could not stop temporarily and killed the experts from the 5 clans." "Haha, that's right. During a life-and-death battle, the sole technique of yours is stealthy. It is impossible for the experts from my Starlight clan to stop." Starlight Master understood. "That's good. Since we have captured all of them, it is a good thing for my Starlight clan. That way, the enemies would not dare to start a war easily." "Monarch," a silver-haired elder by the side said in a low voice, "with such a great victory and Monarch Feishue saving our entire clan, it is time for us to celebrate." "Yes, it is time to celebrate, time to celebrate." Starlight Master laughed. He directly grabbed Dongbu Shuiying's hand. "Old brother Feishue, from today onwards, you are the great benefactor of my entire Starlight clan." And far away, The princess of the Starlight clan, who was standing together with her mother, was staring at Dongbo Shuang. Her eyes were shining brightly as she muttered to herself, "Fei Shue, is this fate?" And at another location, the experts from the 5 clans were riding on a huge ship, piercing through the void, and arriving at the North River world. Not only did we fail to attack, so many of our experts have been captured. Right now, we have no other choice but to report this to the monarch. The 5 commanders were slightly anxious. They were worried about their clan's experts that had been captured. Today is the first day. Chapter 1233. In the North River world, the 5 commanders arrived in front of a towering palace floating high in the sky. Brother Heaven Dust. Of the 5 commanders, the 8-armed giant said, "I'll have to trouble you to relay the message that we wish to meet the monarch." Oh, the protector in front of the palace was a silver-haired male. He was similarly an emperor. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to be the protector of the entire North River God Palace. This silver-haired male chuckled. "Aren't your 5 clans going to attack the Starlight world? Being the commanders, you should be guarding there. Why are you all here?" "Don't mention it. A mysterious expert has appeared in the Starlight world, causing us to suffer huge losses." The 8-armed giant said, "Brother Heaven Dust, you should hurry up and relay the message." "All right, I'll go relay the message now." The silver-haired male immediately produced an incarnation that rushed into the palace. In front of a violet flower bed, a green-robed man stood with his hands behind his back. He stood before the violet flower bed, silently looking at these flowers. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Even as he stood here, he emitted a frightening killing aura. The fame of Great Emperor North River was earned by killing. The sword light was like a celestial river. It was dazzling and resplendent, killing in all directions. Great Emperor North River had defeated 3 other monarchs consecutively during the gamble between the 4 great monarchs under Supreme Vast Ancient. He had become a terrifying existence second only to Supreme Vast Ancient in this vast territory, governed by Supreme Vast Ancient. With a single order, he could make many worlds tremble in submission. South, a stream of light descended from afar. It was none other than the incarnation of the silver-haired male. He respectfully greeted, "Monarch." "What's the matter?" Great Emperor North River remained looking at the flowers in a daze. He indifferently asked, "The commanders of the 5 clans, including Fire Pupa, are seeking an audience." The silver-haired male said, "Oh, let them in." Great Emperor North River ordered. Yes. The incarnation of the silver-haired male rapidly retreated. Just a few breaths of time later, the 5 commanders arrived. They were trembling with fear. They respectfully bowed. "Greetings, monarch." Only then did Great Emperor North River turn around. He calmly looked at the 5 of them. "You aren't fighting, yet you came to my place. Is it because something unexpected happened?" "Yes," the ugly scarlet-skinned man said respectfully. "When our 5 races attacked the Starlight world, everything proceeded according to plan, and everything went smoothly. Who would have imagined that a white-robed youth called Emperor Fei Shue would appear?" He's adept in terrifying soul techniques. And with a single thought, he caused a total of 30 top-notch experts of our 5 races to fall into a deep slumber. A large number of experts of our 5 races were captured. And when faced with his soul techniques, numbers are useless. With just the 5 of us working together, although we are confident that we can resist that soul technique, our strength will also be weakened. At the same time, we will also be besieged by Starlight Master and a group of experts from the Starlight world. I'm afraid that we will be at a disadvantage, and our subordinates might fall. Therefore, we will temporarily retreat. Are there any emperors amongst the 30 captured experts? Great Emperor North River said. Yes, there aren't any emperor realms. The ugly scarlet-skinned man replied respectfully. Feng Yan. Great Emperor North River said. At that moment, an unseen fog condensed by the side into an enchanting silver-armored girl. This silver-armored enchantress bowed respectfully. Monarch. Monarch Fei Shue, have you heard of this name before? Great Emperor North River asked. The silver-armored enchantress was slightly startled. She pondered for a moment before replying. I've never heard of such an expert in my Broken Tooth Mountain range. But in the realm Heart Great Land, there is a great paragon Feishua who is extremely famous. He once changed his name to Heaven's Will Daoist, and used his strength to intimidate all devils in the entire realm Heart Great Land. He even disrupted the plans of that undying underworld emperor, infuriating undying underworld emperor. After discovering his identity, undying underworld emperor directly killed his way to the Feishua city. During that battle, Starlight Master had once appeared to help resist against undying underworld emperor. Nevertheless, undying underworld emperor unleashed his strength and swept across all directions. In the end, that great paragon Feishua relied on the arrays in the city to resist against undying underworld emperor. According to our deductions, great paragon Feishua should be at the level 2 cosmos god realm. I've heard that he has a chaotic origin weapon, and his personal strength isn't worth mentioning. The silver-armored enchantress explained. Being one of the 9 god generals that followed Great Emperor North River, she was also collecting intelligence from various places. Actually, regardless of whether it was the realm Heart Great Land or the natives, intelligence was spread quite quickly. Instead, it was the Death Destruction clan. Their intelligence was 99% similar to that of wild beasts. Even those who were slightly more intelligent relied on voice transmissions. Just like the emperor of a sky-floating island, he would not leave the sky-floating island for a very long time. Hence, he rarely interacted with the outside world. Even though Dongbua Shuang used his Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing technique to sweep across many sky-floating islands and the Death Destruction clan, he was not famous at all. And this was just a small test of his skills against the natives. Furthermore, the strongest he dealt with was merely a king. Yet the news had already reached the ears of Great Emperor North River. Starlight Master once went to help him? Great Emperor North River softly nodded. It seems it should be this monarch Feishua. This is the appearance of monarch Feishua. The silver-armored enchantress waved her hand, causing the appearance of a white-robed young man to appear. It's him. Right, it's him. The eyes of the 5 commanders brightened. Great Emperor North River softly nodded. He is quite daring to fight against me without disguising his appearance. Since your 5 clans aren't strong enough, I'll just send more experts to help you. Monarch, 30 apex experts from our 5 clans have been captured. If we were to attack, the Starlight clan might go crazy. The 3-eyed man anxiously said. Enough. Great Emperor North River coldly said. His gaze turned cold, and it felt like a cold sword piercing over. The 3-eyed man felt stifled. He dared not say anything else. They had followed Great Emperor North River for a long time, and were clear of the temper of Great Emperor North River. Nothing unexpected can happen when we go to war. Great Emperor North River coldly said. No matter who, nobody can stop me. He was the newest Great Emperor that rose. Yet he was currently the strongest. Why? It was because he was ruthless. He was ruthless to himself and his subordinates. After all, not just him or the Supreme, that stood high above, they were still at the Emperor realm. Supremes were only at the Grand Perfection Emperor realm. If a large group of powerful emperors worked together, they could easily fight against a Supreme. After all, the gap between them wasn't too big. Quantity could easily compensate for the gap. Like Great Emperor North River, he originally ruled over a territory and was a true ruler. The experts of that territory all obeyed his orders, and they even formed the 36 godly generals. When the 36 god generals worked together, they could fight against a supreme. Only Great Emperor North River could achieve this stage. Like other great emperors, their control over the territories under them was too weak. The native worlds would only follow his orders on the surface, yet in reality, they lived their own lives. Hence, the other 3 great emperors under Supreme Vast Ancient could not even compare to the experts led by Great Emperor North River. By relying on the cooperation of many experts, I was able to occupy more resources. Currently, I am ranked first amongst the 4 monarchs. By relying on the wager and schemes, I managed to snatch the territory left by Great Emperor Glorious Earth after his death. If I could completely rule over it, the strength under me would greatly increase. Great Emperor North River thought. He was not afraid of Supreme Vast Ancient. Even if he fought one-on-one, he would only be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he had the 36 loyal god generals. If he took it slow, he would naturally have a higher chance of conquering a vast territory. But Great Emperor North River did not have that much patience. He recognized that he was strong enough now. The 36 god generals under him were strong enough too. Hence he could force his way through. The reason why he was delaying now was purely because he wanted to rely on the battles to temper the experts under him. In a life and death battle, experts would have a higher chance of awakening their bloodlines and becoming stronger. Monarch Feishue, Great Emperor North River did not place him in his eyes. No one could stand in his way. He had to become the third supreme of the natives. This is troublesome. The 5 commanders exchanged glances. They felt helpless. They could sense how powerful the willpower of Great Emperor North River was this time. Nobody could obstruct him at all. Since the weak are facing my soul technique, it is pointless no matter how many of them there are. Great Emperor North River nonchalantly said, Kuan Yun, Feng Yen, the 2 of you siblings and also God General Skeleton Dragon. The 3 of you should help the 5 commanders to collect the Starlight World. There's no need for us to continue wasting time in the Starlight World. When the 5 commanders heard the names of the 2 god generals, Kuan Yin and Feng Yen, they remained calm. But when they heard the name God General Skeleton Dragon, they could not help but feel startled. God General Skeleton Dragon? Monarch clearly wants to win cleanly. The 5 commanders were startled. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.